Welcome in, everybody. Hope we're all having great days so far. I did a bit of brush restoration before stream today, so everything is looking fresh and pointy. But these are still the original brushes that, the white ones are all the original ones Fenris sent me. So these things are just keeping their tips like nobody's business. As opposed to the Vallejo Pro Modeler that I've been running the same test on at the same time. For those of you that just want to see the difference in like, yeah, no, especially because these are half the price, like literally half the price. Sorry, Vallejo. It's okay. They make great paint mixers. Didn't even know this was in my playlist. And we're just going to start making sure that we've got all the details blocked in on these before we keep going. You got to go slow and careful when you do this because you have got nice finished white armor on this guy. Yes. My cat will not shut up. He's been going all day. He woke me up 6 a.m. So our stream is starting so early today because somebody's been up since 6 a.m. It's me. I've been up since 6 a.m. because of my fucking cat. Best believe somebody's paying the Pied Piper. The fact that I can't get by with a 9 to 5 and I can't provide the right type of life for my family because God damn food stamps don't buy diapers and no movies, no Mackay Pfeiffer. This is my life and the times are so hard. Okay, we'll put him off to the side for a moment until we're ready to go back to the next contrast stage. And anyways, happy Sunday, folks. The Sunday morning painting show with Studio Boneless. Hope you're all ready with your brushes. 'Cause I certainly am. Knee pads. And we're also just waking up a bit right now, so if we're a little bit quiet, I'm doing my best to. And how that get to be so dumb? The helmet. And a gift to me from to bed with me. I'm finishing my Necromunda today. That's gonna happen, by the way. My eyes are not doing great though. I think the room I'm in might be too dark. I need to make a quick change to my lighting because I can't. My eyes keep on focusing. Turn the backlight on and see if that helps, and not just to soften it. That actually does soften that out for me. Okay, good. Oh. It's always a weird feeling when your eyes are going in and out of focus, but also you could probably tell again by the fact that they're barely open right now, that I'm not super awake. This is the face of a man who only sleeps between 4 and 5 hours a night. Yeah, because of you. Exactly. You've decided that the amount of time humans get to sleep for is 4 hours. We're just going to ignore him. I'm trying to break his bad habits. And there we go. Got his Aquila. Don't pay attention to the cat. He's in trouble. Okay, got his red details blocked in. Flippy dippy, got his shoulders. No, I don't. I got Misty boots. Check how these look. Okay. It's always good sometimes when you're going into those details, just take a quick look at how you have them painted on a different model to ensure that you're going at it the correct way. Here we go. One of the red boot. The greeting lamp spoke insincere. Messages no one will ever hear. And I'm just continually blocking in red areas. And we're just blocking in all those details one by one. A symphonic blank stare, yeah. There we go. So wager on your freedom, wager on your pride. Why try to beat 'em when millions others tried? We are going to block in all the red areas. And we're just kind of going across all the guys and doing it now while it's easily accessible. While this paint is still nice and, workable. If you get it on the white, I do recommend you clean it up with your brush really quickly. Even if it fuzzes into a pink, that's more workable than dark red, It's a lot easier to clean up from pink than purple. At least for whites. Lost the battle, lost the war, lost the things worth living for, lost the will to win the fight, pill to kill the pain. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da. The going gets tough, the tough get dead. Don't pay attention, pay your rent. Next of kin pay for the sins, another to keep us safe. We fight a losing battle against a superego, and giving in is so damn comforting. And so we'll go on with our lives. We know the truth, but prefer lies. Lies are simple, and simple is bliss. Why go against traditions when we can admit defeat, live in decline, be the victims of our own design? The status quo built on suspect. Why would anyone stick out their necks? Fellow members, club, we've got ours. I'd like to introduce you to our host. He's got his, and I've got mine. Meet the decline. There we go. Got his red faceplate. See if I'm missing anything from the frontsies or backs. Nope. Pretty happy with that. We're not acknowledging the cat right now. Just gonna pretend he's not there because he's been a bad boy all morning. Both of them have been misbehaving today. Okay. Wake up. I gotta get maybe another coffee going. Pump this shit like they do in the future. See, you should pump it. I'm also gonna swap my pouch out. So you should pump this shit like they do in the future. Boy, I'll rugby kick the shit out your groin, boy. Excuse me. Sure, why not? We'll go right into some iced tea too. Yeah. The only other thing I can think is like I can make like double check that their litter box was done today already, but I'm pretty sure it was. And my wife did it. If she didn't, I'll just go and run and do that really quickly. What's up? What the fuck is up, Denny's? Marquis, you son of a bitch. How you doing today? Hope you're having a good day so far. We are very, very tired today. My cats have been just fucking caterwauling for 3.5 straight hours now. All right. Should we just keep putting the reds down? I got 3 more I got to do. And like such.
This is why Mom doesn't fucking love you!
It's very true. It's very true. That's how I feel about my cats right now. Honestly. It's like my feral cat that was an abandoned runt right now. All I'm thinking is like, Jesus Christ, I understand why your mom left you. This is sleep deprived boneless. Hope you're having a great day, Marquis. And hope you're enjoying playing with the sound alerts. I fixed how loud Denny's is so it doesn't fuck me up the same way anymore. Needs to be louder on your end. No. No, that's loud enough. Hoorah, 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 hoorah. I'm gonna add a couple songs to the queue that I kind of want to hear really quickly. Here we go. And we paint. He's got skin out, so he's not actually got any more red. You know what? That's a good batch size. I'm going to leave the other two to do afterwards in the event that I just going to rinse my brush out really quickly. Use my synthetic here for a moment. A couple spots where I'm going to be a bit less precise. I'm actually going to pull one of these guys down again so I can see exactly what I'm working with. And it's everything until we hit the straps on the legs here, okay? I'm breathing slow and deep, and it seems I'm constantly at search for my inner peace. Around my crowd full of negative vibes, trying to work out my paranoid design. I'm always feeling worn out and strained. Welcome in, Stork. Hope you're having a great day so far. Took a Polaroid to remember the sky, because that's the first time in a while that I felt alive. Thinking nothing, believing in something, isolating myself away from help. Headache. It's 25 degrees Celsius summer. Need to drink more water. I see Necromunda. You do see Necromunda. Every day I replenish myself with at least half a gallon of filtered tap water. I slip on my Vans and go skate when I can. Let the dream playing under the sun and soak that vitamin D up. I actually live in a more flat neighborhood now, and I have had that thought recently that I was like, is 33 too old to start skateboarding again? I don't think I've ridden since I was like 16 or 17, but I'm just having that half moment being like, I kind of miss skateboarding sometimes. Time to race. What are you racing? You gotta go fast? Sanic? Sanic? Today is the Indy 500. Ah, yes. The left turn 500. Everyone's favorite, the left turn 500. Are they going to turn left or are they going to turn left? Who knows? I'm not a big race car guy. Unless they're smashing into each other, it's not for me. I like demolition, demo derbies, and hit to pass racing. Like crash to pass is awesome. If I had enough money to wreck a car, I would do crash to pass. They turned right. Never too late to skate, just wear a helmet. Honestly, at this age, I do need to wear a helmet. I don't know why Caitlin Clark gets to be Grand Marshal. Could have been anyone else. I don't know who Caitlin Clark is. This is one of those times where I just have to be like, I don't know anything about that. I'm too good to protest this. You want more? I'm to throw a brick and destroy this fucking Republican convention till I lose all my intentions. And my ADD just kicked in. What the fuck was I thinking? I'll just drink 40 ounces to freedom. Forgot the elbow pads on that one. That's okay. I can go back in and get those after. So the front page read, it was a beautiful day to cover up everything wrong in this world. It's unreal that my nihilistic dreams are the ways of the future coming true into a meaningless fate. Because we're all losing hope and no one bothers to change. So stop praying to a non-existent being. Try to believe in yourself. It's a WNBA player? Wrong with having a WNBA player? What's wrong with the WNBA? Actually, When I stick together, we're gold and unstoppable force to break open the door. Set the kings and cops on fire. Set the reigns of death on fire. Set the city of hell on fire. And set the world and me on fire. This was the album they released right before they, this was the right before the one that was just playing the All Good, where he's like talking about trying to be mentally healthy. The last two songs are like from the album right before that, were like right when he was going off the deep end. So Chill Out and Die Later is a fucking great album, though. Like one of my favorite underground punk albums. Stupid Henchmen in general are fantastic. They're really rad guys. Seeing the sun and wakes my two cats are the only beings who must speak introvert. I'm a loner who's hoping for nothing but better because their whole agenda leaves you no control. 8,500 live streams on YouTube fake. I don't know. I am not on YouTube right now. Gonna be actually, that's not true. I am on YouTube right now. I'm watching an old Josh Dreyfus video. And for those of you that don't know, we did a reading stream yesterday. I'm going to tell you guys something. R.E. Howard is fucking clunky. It reads great, but reading aloud, it is hard to read out loud. I don't know if any of you guys listened to me doing the Hyborian essay. I really struggled in a way that, like, you guys have heard me perform the Hedge Knight start to finish, and I struggled nowhere near that much. And then it was funny because I went in and did the Phoenix and the Sword, and I didn't struggle as much. And the reason the Hyborian essay was so difficult for me is because I kept losing my place trying to come up with better ways to say racial slurs. I forgot how many fucking racial slurs are in that essay. And I'm just like going through it, and I'm like... I'd like lose my place trying to be like, fuck, what's like, I have to go through my racism Rolodex being like, what ethnic group am I making? What ethnic group is this? Come on, Boneless, you know it. I had to do literally, it was a reverse racism of just having to be like, shit, what's the not like having to go backwards. It was kind of funny. But yeah, it caused me to lose my place more than a couple of times. And I'm going to also just apologize because I forgot there was an entire, like, page and a half describing the Aryans. Like, it was one of those things where there's just, you sometimes forget just how offensive, like, 100-and-something-year-old books can be until you're reading them out loud. And then you're going, huh. I gotta think of a better way to say that. So for those of you that are wondering, I did not read the books. I did not read the Hyborian essay in 100% honesty. I did localize and modernize a bit as I was reading. Have either of you walk over a German flea market? I've never been to a German flea market. I've been to Chinese flea markets, and they're fucking awesome. And my stepdad, who is German, used to take us to the flea market, but it was not a German flea market. However, Annie Schneider, welcome in. Hope you're having an excellent day so far. I imagine German flea markets are awesome because, as far as I know, there'd be a lot of haggling going on. You guys, Germans love to negotiate a better price when they're allowed to. And y'all are great negotiators. I never met anybody more comfortable than my stepdad of walking away from a deal. Might have been his superpower. I mean, if we're talking interesting things in books. Oh, if we're talking interesting things in books. No, Oh, interesting things in books. Yeah, no. So we do for the if you don't know, Annie, I do reading streams once every 2 weeks or so. I'm doing 2 this week because I fell asleep and forgot to go live on Friday. So we did a bonus stream on Saturday. But yeah, so I've been reading a lot of R.E. Howard, and like, I mean, I ran into the same issue with like it's the reason why somebody said they asked if I'd read some H.P. Lovecraft, and I was like, no, I won't. I love Lovecraft, but I'm not reading that on my channel. I really enjoy his writing, but I'm not reading it out loud because I'm going to be sitting there fucking in the exact same issue of trying to come up with different ways of saying horrendous things. Like, I mean, we've all read Rats in the Walls. It's a great read, but it's also really, really not okay. You know, even for its time, it's not okay. Like, even like it was you know, it's bad when like haggling's not as bad for you as the price you need. 5% lower, say 35%, meet in the middle. Exactly. But so like the Howard is like, I mean, he was art or like H.P. Lovecraft. I don't know. I just called him Howard. Howard's his first name. No one calls him Howard. Whenever you say Howard, people think you're referring to R.E. Howard, not H.P. Lovecraft. So I'm going to make sure I'm being concise with my language here as I'm talking. But the coach for the IU football team is in the pace car. Again, guys, like, I think it's rad. I don't know fuck all about race car driving. I didn't even know if you were talking stock car or yeah, I don't even know if that one's stock car or if it's the not stock car one. The one in those little IndyCar? Oh, it's the one of those little it's IndyCar. So it's it's not the one in the little fucking Italian racers, is it? I don't know well enough, so I'm actually asking. It's like, it's not the one, because if you're talking the one with like the tiny little Italian cars, like that one's cool as shit. Never mind. That one's fucking rad. The one where they're on like the 1 mile track going in a big circle. Yeah. It's just, some things are meant for you, some things aren't. I always try to acknowledge that I'm not the target audience of everything. If you pander to me and then you disappoint, I will be upset. But if the pandering has not existed and I recognize your product isn't for me, then I can just say, yeah, it's not for me. It's 2.5 miles. Okay. But it is the American one, right? Okay. Well, you know what we need to do, guys? What we'll do. We'll fundraise everything on stream. Formula One, that's what I was trying to think. Yeah, so sorry. That's why I was like, I'm not a huge like stock car guy, but Formula One on the other hand, like just because of how fast Formula One cars are, right? Like it's unbelievable the speed and reaction time that those drivers have to have. But like, oh, we'll raise money on stream and we'll get me a stock car. I'll go do the indie races. We'll go get the boneless wagon. Can hand paint it myself. No sponsors. And here comes the dick wagon, covered in dicks. That's why they wouldn't let me paint my own cars. It would end up being just a fucking. We all know what would happen. I want to do a motorcycle helmet soon. And there we go. Get the next sleeve. Well, that's all 4 of them done with that. They're gonna need a second coat of that, obviously, but we're gonna let them dry. Then we just highlight. While they're drying, I'm gonna come through and I'm gonna do the blacks on these 2. And yeah, if you're new here, my name's Studio Boneless. I stream on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. I go live at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and I'm usually live till 3 p.m. Pacific. So we go for live for 5 hours. Today I went live at, I don't even know when. A little before 9 a.m. I was live at like 8:45 because my cats woke me up at 6. Starting to wake up. Hands are getting a little steadier. Not making dumb mistakes anymore due to the fact that I'm tired. But if you're enjoying what you're seeing and you want to find your way back here, please consider hitting follow. If you have any questions, feel free to get them posted in chat. I'm always happy to help people out with their minis. And if you enjoyed listening to me read, the next reading stream will be tomorrow, and we will be reading this, I think, the Scarlet Citadel. We'll either do the Scarlet Citadel or the Sworn Sword. We'll maybe put that up in Discord.
You look like a cut of
Thank you very much for the
meat.
follow,
Are you?
Scollins. Hope you're having an excellent day as well. Yeah, I think I mean, the Sworn Sword is like Martin's. My Sunday's going great, man. My Sunday's going great. I'm painting toys. My cat woke me up at 6 a.m. He's been caterwauling for almost 4 straight hours now, despite the fact he's been fed, he's been watered, we cleaned his litter box, and we had some playtime. And yeah, so we're just painting some toys now, having a good time, trying to figure out tomorrow if we're going to do... because I do, as I was just mentioning, I do a reading stream every couple weeks. And I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do next. If it's going to be The Sworn Sword by George R.R. Martin, which is one of his Dunk and Egg Hedge Knight novels, or if we're going to do The Scarlet Citadel, which is R.E. Howard. And R.E. Howard, I do admit, I was just saying, ooh, getting a raid from Praying Mantis.
Yeah!
Frankie, you ready? You're going.
Going.
Yeah!
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
because you're going.
Yeah!
Dolo, run him
Run
up,
up,
fill
fill
him
in.
in.
Informal,
Good,
Sanger.
because you're fucking going.
Hello, Praying Mantis. I hope you're having a good day.
Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah!
Pack mentality, boys. I have the longest raid alert, and I refuse to change it. Hope you're having an amazing day, Praying Mantis. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're all having a good one. What did you get up to? What were you painting? What were you doing today? If you got to raid and run, I totally get it. If you don't have to raid and run, we are link friendly in here. So if you want to drop your socials, we would absolutely love that. Oh, dude, I know. I love it. And I refuse to change it. I refuse to change it. I have some of the... I have a couple ridiculously long alerts. But I feel raiders deserve a long alert. I think when you guys raid in, you deserve at least 1 minute of dedicated attention. Get you a quick shout out. And I'll make sure I'm following as well. Easiest way we can support each other. Oh, I am good. Okay. Already following. But yeah, we if you want to throw a link to your socials or show off what you're working on, you know we'd love it. If you don't have photos done, but you want to share something that you've been working on, same thing. Throw a link to your Insta. I get that, you know, most people don't have their photography done the same moment that they're raiding into a stream. We'll try and take good care of the class. But yeah, so finishing up that last bit. So for tomorrow, I'm trying to figure out which book we're gonna read. So like the thing with the Scarlet Citadel is it's a really good book, but I don't know if I'm gonna run into the same issue that I did with the Hyborian essay, where I'm gonna have to be where I'm gonna lose my place coming up with word changes, because there's certain words I'm just not comfortable saying. Well, I'm on a live recording. Like, I'm just... You know? So there's certain things I'm trying to... Like, it's a fucking 100-year-old book, right? Like, it's a little dicey at times. It's a little offensive at points. So trying to be careful when we're doing that. The flip side is if we do the Sworn Sword, George R.R. Martin is much easier to read. When we did the Hedge Knight, I think that took us 4 hours, and that was a really fun one. Hedge Knight took what, 3 or 4 hours? It was really fun to read the Hedge Knight out, especially because like it had lots of characters, and I'm not great at accents. So anytime I would try to do an accent, it would always turn into a pseudo hoser accent. So every character in the Hedge Knight talks like white trash Canadians. I couldn't not. Everything kept turning into a hoser. I couldn't stop. I say as a proud Canadian. But again, those of you that don't know, Boneless is a very proud Canadian. But when I say the hoser accent, I'm talking it's for some reason, you know, whenever I'm trying to do accents, it just starts really fucking going into the old you know, really goes into that. So I don't know why it happens. I don't know why every voice I do turns into that, but it does. Thank you for the lurk, Praying Mantis. So yeah, if you guys are interested, tomorrow we're going to be reading a book. We've done a couple of them so far. We do post the VODs to those on YouTube. I will also say, though, if we reading Howard is one of those things that we can always do it again at a later point, because it will help me practice my reading out loud. It's because it can be very challenging at points. He also, I will say this one thing. There are a lot of run-on sentences, so it is trying to figure out where to take a break. That was the other part, is that there are a lot of run-on sentences. We'll have some fun with that, though. So yeah, we'll figure it out. I know the Scarlet Citadel has a few characters in it too, and that one's got more dialogue, so it's going to be a lot easier than trying to read, again, an essay out loud. And again, just one sec, I do want to acknowledge there was some stuff I had forgotten about in that. I know we all voted for it. I know we all agreed on it, but I do apologize that some of the again, the language in there was dated. And while I enjoy reading Conan the Barbarian, and I really do enjoy R.E. Howard, R.E. Howard's beliefs do not reflect my beliefs. And I don't feel like I should have to say that out loud, but I'm just going to make that clarification. I feel like we're all reasonable, responsible adults in here, and we can all recognize that it's hey, Boneless read a book that had some bad words in it. But also, it's for anybody that goes out and reads Howard's work after they've heard me narrate it. They're going to be a little bit jarred to find racial slurs in it when I'm kind of changing some of the words and working around it and trying to be a bit more careful. Crash? Damn. That happened fast. Three where the darks are now done. So, Collins, or back a moment there. Collins and Annie, do you guys paint? Do either of you paint minis? If anybody does not know, so again, this is what I do for a living. Currently, I run a commissioned painting studio. However, I also am trying to get myself ready for SMC. So if you're in Europe, while I might be Canadian, I will be traveling to the Netherlands in October for the convention. Got my hotel booked. Got my room, got my everythings. I am excited. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to get them in the chat. I'm more than happy to help you out. I do. I love to help people who are like learning to paint. Of course, if it's a little beyond me, I can just refer you to somebody who can help better than I can. If it's if you're obviously at that like next level producing masterclass work, I'm probably going to send you to one of my coach. Or probably going to send you to like my coach or my coach's coach for some feedback. But that's the other thing. So yeah, I paint miniatures. I also get coaching from Jinkstart in painting miniatures. Quite proud to be her first art student. And there we go. Next one. I'm probably going to finish my Palanite Enforcer gang today because this is making way too fast progress. Like, faster than I'm meaning to. That's okay, because I'm also going to take a very, very short break here in a moment because I need to use the washroom, and I also need to make a fresh pot of coffee. I'm out of coffee. My cup's empty, and the pot's empty, and that's just... Spook! I would love to see it. I also would like to say, really quickly, I saw that you did your redeem for Bellow One Out. You redeemed it during my reading stream, so that redeem is still valid. We're going to give that to you when I get back from my break here. We're going to give you your options of what you want to hear. And then, but just so you know, I don't acknowledge chat and I do not do redeems during my reading because those are my best performing, believe it or not, those VODs, my best performing YouTube content. So I actually disable sound alerts during that. So like even a follower, no, it's all good. It's all good, man. I keep them on the side. I don't. No, it's. I'm letting you know. I keep the redeems there so that way I can see them and know which ones I have to do, for my next stream and who I owe redeems to. But that's why as soon as you popped up, I was like, "Hey, Spook, I owe you a redeem." So I'm going to slap this next coat down really fast. I'm going to take a 2-minute break to use the washroom and get a new pot of coffee going. And then, the Grenix is well painted. It's on the Discord for you to see later. Ooh, we'll take a look at that as soon as we get back as well. I gotta pee. Really need to pee. We'll be right back. One sec. I have an interesting race for you, Boneless. I mean, with all the talk of like casual racism going on in the R.E. Howard book, I hope we're talking about race cars. I kid. For a day going on a bike to the beach, 4 miles home, 8 miles one day. Hell yeah, dude. Spook, here's something I'm also going to mention, your fitness journey is always going to mirror your miniature painting journey. And the fact is that you're not going to see day over day results. You're probably not even going to see week over week results. But if you stick with it and you keep doing it consistently, you can look at a picture year over year over year and see all of these changes and massive improvements. And I always love that about like the fitness side of things, because it very much does mirror how miniature painting works. Okay, we're back. So you run to the other town to get coffee? Oh, there's nothing reminded me of that. Reminded me of the movie called Rat Race. Forgot about Rat Race. What a masterpiece. Seth Green. Fuck. Why can't I remember his name? This is gonna bug me. This is gonna bug me if I don't get it. He played Mr. Bean. Why am I struggling with this? He's Rowan Atkinson. Rowan Atkinson. He's a fucking incredible actor. Mr. Bean, him doing all the slapstick stuff has nothing to do with the fact that Rowan Atkinson, incredible actor. Yeah, TNT. It's being covered by German punk band Oxymoron, but yeah. Also, Speed Junkie Cars, RA. I did not know that about Rowan Atkinson. I just know that he is, like, Mr. Bean is not an adequate... Like, I love the fact that he was able to do that and then still maintain his reputation as a serious actor. Again, we're not acknowledging the cat. He's been doing this since 6 a.m. He's already been fed. He's been played with. He's had water. But the master of face pulls, yes, honestly, especially when you consider, again, like, I think Blackadder 4 is his magnum opus. We've talked about that before, and I think you agreed with me on that too, Mark. Like, I really think, I'm pretty sure you and I have talked about that exact thing before, of agreeing that, like, Blackadder, like, even all of Blackadder is good. He did a series where he played a part where he played an inept Secret Service agent. That also sounds fantastic. There's a scene in the movie where they let the lizard and it went, and someone mistook it for the public. I don't know. I woke up shaking, sounds of an F-16 flying overhead. Which, dang. I'm gonna try one last thing to see if I can get my cat to shut up, okay? This is gonna I actually am getting a migraine from it. He's been crying nonstop since 6 a.m. It is now 10:15. He has been going for 4 hours without stopping. He's just going nonstop for 4 hours. I'm getting to the point where I actually I love my cat, but I don't know I don't know what to do anymore. I haven't had a good night's sleep in about a year and a half. No, he has no injuries. He just does this. It's just him being a dick. He does this anytime you're not paying attention to him, he will just scream, cry until you pay attention to him. He's no injuries, Mark. He's just doing this. You know how I know? Because I've spent $7,000 in vet bills trying to figure out why he does this, only for it to turn out he's a dick. Sorry. I get mad. I've spent so much fucking money. I took him to see a neurologist, okay? I took him to a cat neurologist to try and figure out what's going on with him. And the neurologist is like, he's just an asshole. Sorry, dude. Sorry, that's not directed at you. This is a man who's only slept 4 hours the last 3 nights in a row. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Just shut up, please. It's not meowing. He's caterwauling. He's meow. He's full-blown warbling. He's actually done this new thing where he found the spot under my bed where my pillow sits by the headboard, and he goes under my pillow to make the noise under my ear. So he crawls in between the mattress and the headboard to make the sound into my ear while I'm asleep to wake me up. And then he'll scratch my face as well to get me to wake up. I'm at the point where I've had him for 5 years. The behavior's just been getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm I might need to take him to, I don't know. It's honestly to the point where I might need somebody to take him. It's getting to that point where I'm I don't know that I can do this anymore. And I fucking love him. I've had him for he's my fucking baby. I've had him my whole he's my favorite boy. But he's also getting to the point where he's but he's getting to that point where it's I actually can't cope with it. He's completely probably the worst animal I've ever owned in my life. And my other cat behaves nothing like him. But it's the more time they spend together, my other cat's learning his behavior. Beyond the box art, you just came in on me having a mental breakdown about my cat.
You're going.
Yeah.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Ready?
Let's fucking
Does he like killing things?
Good, 'cause you're
You can give
going.
him to a farmer.
Hitch, you ready?
All
Hands,
hands,
Good, 'cause
boys!
you're going.
Yeah.
Dolo.
Run him up and fill him in so I could hear.
Good, 'cause you're fucking going.
Yeah.
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels. You ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, 'cause you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys.
Relate. I love him so much, and I'm not serious when I'm talking about that. Krusty, I'd never give him up. I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. But it doesn't mean I don't think about it. I'd opened up beforehand to make sure you were going for a bit. Oh yeah, we're going for a long, long time today. If you find your way back on this afternoon or anything, you know how it goes. Mike Moans, welcome in. First time chat from the Raider. Hope you're having an excellent day. We are working on our Palanite Enforcers, having some fun tabletop painting today because I am doing my lessons tomorrow. And I don't really want to do my display painting right now because it keeps making me angry. It's not actually again, the display painting is not making me angry. I'm just hitting a wall on the goblin. For those of you thinking I'd get outside and enjoy some of that weather. Oh hell yeah. I'm hitting a wall on this guy of trying to get all my fabric texture established, and I'm like, I got 4 months until SMC. I can keep putting it off. And I'm like, I can't keep putting it off though, because I've got like that one. And I wanted to say, Boxy, I appreciate you being honest with me. I don't know if you're going to be here for long enough for me to really explain. Thank you for telling me the purple didn't work. You were not the only person who told me the purple didn't work. So you being the last one to tell me that, you were the one who made me decide, okay, this isn't working. Because Pascal said it, Jinx said it, you said it. I'm going to be honest, man, if Pascal's telling me something isn't working, I probably should have just done it from the get-go when he said it. But I really thought I could pull the colors into each other, and it just didn't fucking work. So I took your suggestions, and I brought them into a blue spectrum instead.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
There's Adam Smasher. Welcome in. And yeah. So tomorrow I'm going to be doing... and yeah, I just wanted to say, the troll, I'm really, really thankful that you told me that, because yeah, it's one of those things where some people are not super comfortable giving feedback, and if I'm sharing my models, especially with, somebody like you who is, I respect your work and I respect what you do. Hydrate, nerd. I will do that in just a moment. I need to go grab water, and I don't feel like drinking paint water at the moment. I don't have anywhere near enough people in the room to justify drinking paint water. And I don't want to say that because the last time I did that, I then got raided by 200 people and had to drink glue. Oh god. So the Mod Podge story, for anybody in here that doesn't know about that, it was a really funny one. As because the reason that happened was because I was joking around when I opened it, pretending to drink it. And my mod was like, dude, there's only like 8 people in here right now. It would be funny to drink the Mod Podge if there were 200, but like not for 8. And then immediately, all of a sudden, I just got raided by 3 different people, and my viewership shot up to just over 200 people. And we just had that moment. I was like, look, guess I should drink the glue now, huh? Thought you might need some water because it's a hot day. I appreciate that. Mark, you were there when I drank the Mod Podge, were you not? Come on, everybody's seen that clip by now of me drinking my Mod Podge. Pigments, I know you were. Because I remember you were the one giving me shit being like, boneless, just because it's non-toxic doesn't mean you can put it in your mouth. Don't you put it in your mouth. I haven't seen that clip. I'm pretty sure if you hit ! Mod Podge on Bordheim's stream, it will play the clip. Bordheim found that clip so funny, he actually has a command for it. Yeah? I'm just kind of quickly sketching out, grab some areas, following the shapes. Quick, easy highlights. And I'm going to mention, guys, the key to painting white armor, if you haven't figured out yet, is that I've painted no white whatsoever. The color white doesn't exist on these guys yet. This is 100% blue. There is not even a drop of a white or ivory applied to this model yet. Damn dyslexia, I couldn't remember that command. For Boardheim, it's Mod Podge. For me, it's it's in my clips. I don't have a command set up for it. No, Boardheim's another streamer who's fantastic. Also, shit. 1 second. I missed a shout out there. Oh no, that's not on my stream, not on mine. It's one of my friends has it set up. Wow, 1 second. Also forgot to do this. Mr. Beyond the Box Art came in here with his wonderful group of people. And for anybody that does not know him, he is a very, very amazing painter. He takes commission. He is a great Twitch streamer. And, yeah, all-around good guy. Somebody you can trust for his opinions. He is... you also are... you're Pascal, right? For your coaching? If I'm remembering correctly, you get coaching for... Oh, let's take a look at that, yeah. But you do coaching from Pascal, right? So again, just... Oh my god, I love that. Who did that? Oh my gosh. In my chat, because on Jinx's thing, she put boobs on the calculator, and then somebody emoted boobs underneath on it, and that's fucking awesome. Wow, I've not been in here for a while. Amazing Hollow Knight from Dan. It's fucking awesome. Marcus working on his old world. Is that the, Ooh. I like that quite a bit. It's a nice simple model. Lots of nice texture on that. Those are dope. A few hours with Pascal once, and it was extremely helpful, but I had gotten demon pins years before that happened. Ooh, when I had my lesson with Pascal, he said, I'm not really sure what you want me to teach you, because he seemed to just say that even if you're really good... Exactly. What's your opinion on anteaters? I fucking hate them. I mean, I like the fact that they dispose of ants, but anything with that face doesn't deserve to live. Anything that looks like that doesn't deserve to be alive. Look, I'm not saying that I am the be all end all of what species get to live, but I'm just saying, if you've ever looked at an anteater, what an upsetting animal to see. As long as yeah, that's why they need to stay the fuck away from me. Everything about an anteater is really off-putting. But I know that I knew that I didn't know that you'd won the thing with him, or I just know that, dude, I know that you guys have because he's a big fan of yours, right? And I did not know that you got a demon pin, though. That's fucking awesome. I am hoping... So I think I'm not sure if I told you this, box art. So I'm entering in standard division. I'm skipping beginners. I'm skipping beginners because I feel like, yes, it's my first real competition, but I've been painting for fucking 14 years now. It would be disingenuous if I went into a beginners category. I'm a fucking fairly well-known Twitch streamer that teaches beginners painting. So I'm going into standard division. Not doing masters. But my goal at SMC is I want to win a silver medal. Because a silver medal, if I get a silver in standard, It tells me that I'm exactly where I need to be. It tells me that I'm really, really exceeding and excelling in standard, but that I made the right call and entered the right category. Because if I got a gold in standard division, I'm gonna internally have that like, yeah, but then should have I just gone into masters and only gotten like, a commended pin? If ants and termites go extinct or become resistant to anteaters, then anteaters with their straw mouths are screwed. Anteaters would just start slurping honey. I'd not overthink it too much. Not overthinking. You might have your model moved. That would scare the shit out of me. If I got moved, I don't see myself getting moved divisions. But like, because like, yeah, oh, that would scare me. I'm really, really proud of how the Goblin's coming along. And I think that so I'm getting private lessons from Jinx right now on trying to work on like, what's your opinion on tree frogs fucking rule. 10 out of 10. Tree frogs have an awesome color palette. They look dope. They eat flies. I hate flying insects. And they're cute while they do it. Unlike anteaters. Frogs are cute while they do their job. See, we got gray tree frogs here that look like chewed gum. That's cool as shit. The tree frogs here don't have like the orange feet, but yeah, I like frogs. I think frogs are cool. If you don't like frogs, I mean, if you have a pet anteater, do you actually? There's no way you have a pet anteater, Mr. Pigments. Otherwise, I gotta ask, what in the Salvador Dali fuck is happening out at your apartment? Was Salvador Dali that owned exotic animals, right? Okay. There we go. Is secretly Salvador Dali this whole time? That would be... I wish. Trust me, dude, if it was Salvador Dali writing my commendation letter for university, I'd probably just be getting an honorable... I'd be able to skip the degree and I'd just get my honorary doctorate, you know? I'm just being real here. It's like, oh, like if Salvador Dali wrote my reference letter, I'd just fucking just hand out a doctorate on the spot. Factoid: Eastern tree frogs living in the Chernobyl exclusion zones have evolved jet black skin to protect themselves from ionizing radiation. Frogs are cool. Anteaters can't do that. So here, there you guys want to know. You want to know my opinion? Let's release a bunch of anteaters in Chernobyl and see what happens. Let's see if they irradiate like the boars. I have a type of skink that can trap air bubbles on its skin and use them to breathe underwater. I used to have an oxalotl. They're not great pets. I'm not a big fan of aquatic pets, if I'm being completely honest. It ain't funky, funky coming down to jail now. It ain't funky, funky coming down to jail now. It ain't funky, mama coming down to jail now. Frogs don't make great pets. Well, they don't really do anything. Doesn't work against raccoons or cats or dogs. While we do that, we can take some radioactive poppy saw. Exactly. See, that's using your noodle. We take the anteaters to Chernobyl, and we bring the dogs back from Chernobyl. Anteaters make great pets. They're super playful. Yeah, but they look like anteaters is the problem. Raccoons are terrible pets. I do know somebody who had a raccoon growing up. Some sort of mic feedback going on in the background. Might be periodically. I do have a video on. I'm watching. Might have been picking up the TV for a moment there. It also could have been my cat. My cat tends to get picked up on the mic. Katie's anteaters with the sword hands can from the perimeter. Not sure. Am I imagining it? Yeah, it is. No, something is actually there actually is an issue. One second. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. My music was too loud and my mic sensitivity was too high. But no, I didn't notice that. And yeah, you were absolutely right, Box Art. It was picking it up. So thank you for that. Because bad audio is the fastest thing to make me click off of someone's stream. I'm just trying to figure out what's causing it right now because it's not. I don't know. We'll just kind of keep talking and hope that as long as my voice is going, it's not causing any issues. Yeah. I'm not a fan of anteaters. They the way they look bugs me. Also, if anybody in here has not played Prey, the game itself, rad. The soundtrack, hella rad. Wasn't really the biggest fan of the ending. but always down for mentioning the auto. Rarely click straight off, but I agree with you with the thing. Oh, dude, as soon as I hear audio feedback, as soon as anything like that's going on, you have maybe a minute to fix it before I'm off. I know a couple people who are really good with audio pigments. Because like one of the things to note, like I run a super fucking cheap audio setup. I've got a $50 USB microphone. What I should figure out is how to get my Bluetooth headphones to sync with my computer. So that way I don't have to wear these giant fucking clonkers on stream. So I'm not constantly fighting wires in my face. I have a I've got a, it's called a Mayono. It cost $50, and it was one of those like Amazon knockoff brands. And we slapped a couple noise gates down, and that was pretty much it. It could still be a little better, but at this point I would need some better equipment than what I'm using to kind of get to that next stage of where I'd like to be. I do not have a Shure. Isn't that a... Wait, isn't that the PA that literally fucking every single punk band ever has used? They're pretty much like... That's the SM58. Okay. So I just had that moment of like, that's the SM58 is baller for $100. Yeah, dude, I everyone I know has fucking run their, and the best part is like I know one buddy I think had the SM7B, and that was the one where like it would be, he'd bring his thing, and then it'd be every band being like, "Can we use your PA? We forgot ours." I'm so excited though. I cannot wait for SMC. I'm really excited to take Pascal's course. And forgot his elbow pads. So I'm just going to hit him with a quick wet blend to get those red. Oh, yeah. And then just got a nice big old dollop of that right on the white gauntlet. There we go. Fuck. I'm going to end up with too many of these guys done today. This color scheme is like rad as heck. But it's surprisingly easy to paint once you get it going. Just some of that sticky icky. Excuse me. Grab my ivory. Grab some bubbly water. And change my paint water because I'm going into painting white. Also going to put some of my fucking airbrush thinner. Words hard. Brain no good. Again, I'm running on 4 hours sleep. And add another few drops. I want this to be pretty thin when I'm applying it. And next up, shout out list, because I've been just a bit lacking on these today. Mr. Pigments, good friend of the channel. The man knows his color theory. Now we're coming in, and we're going to just along the areas we want to be the absolute brightest. Sorry. And then let's not forget the helmet. So, just going to come through bit by bit. And this paint is quite thin, so while it looks dark going on, we're going to lose a lot of that opacity as it dries. And that's intentional. We don't want... Excuse me, sorry. We don't want super bright. And like such, get that bit on the heels. So, yeah, I'm really happy with that. That's looking really good. Get the bit on the elbow pad there, and then we're also going to go over and hit the topsies of the feces. And I think that's also... And I fixed that other issue with the microphone. Was it was also tilted incorrectly. I noticed I bumped it with my head, so I knocked it out of position. Gave it a cheeky little headbutt.
And again, a big part of what we're trying to do right now, just start kind of smoothing some shapes out.
Adding some more depth to the white, starting to make it
have some actual color and interest to it instead of just being, you know, flat. Getting interesting white armor. Super easy to do, guys.
And there we go. As you guys see, painting white secretly and super easy to do. I'm gonna quickly rinse my brush. We're gonna refill the coffee. The cats have finally quieted down. Also, not sure if you're still here, Boxer, but I was going to say, I think this might be the first time you've raided in since I'm in the new studio now, where my desk is just under a piece of, like, wood in my kitchen. Excuse me. And we're just coming through now. And while, again, this is going to look really intense going on, it's going to dry with a lot less intensity. And
It's also warming up quite a bit in here, so I'm gonna take my sweater off. Meow. Excuse me. And there we go. Excuse me. And there we go. It's honestly pretty quick to do on these guys. The way both of them are staring at me now, I think they need lunch or some breakfast or some more food. So we're going to kibble the cats again. It is around the time they usually get second breakfast. By that I mean they are on timed feedings because they are... And excuse me. Excuse me. There must be some kind of way out of here. Said a joker to the thief. Businessman. Okay, I'm gonna put some kibble down for the cats again. And then we'll keep painting. Okay. Eat from your bowls. Eat from the right bowls. All right, we're back. So, Spook, are you in here right meow? Because I saw you redeemed Bello 1 out, and we still have to do that redemption. It's best we get that one done while Pascal's not here. He cannot stand that redeem. Cats are still eating out of the correct bowls. Did a really bad job that time.
While along the watchtower, princess kept in view.
Well, all the women came in with barefoot servants too. Outside in the cold distance, a wildcat didn't prowl. But yeah, Spook, let me know when you're back in here. If you're here. We will do your redeem. Mimir, that's not your bowl. That's not your bowl. Sneaky fucker, think I didn't notice him eating his brother's food. There we go. First coat on that one. And we'll just bring a little bit maybe up like that, you know. And don't forget about the shoulders either. So again, the paint might look thick going on, but it will not stay thick. You'll see very quickly that what I'm talking about. Everything is going to take several coats to get correct. A lot of these ones, they might not be even or great look. It's just to add some visual interest. We still have also an edge highlight to do on the whites, so that will help clean up a lot of it for us. See how we're kind of having to come back and forth and just touch, touch, touch. When you're working in an ivory or whites, it's way better to build it up over as a bunch of layers. Like, just slow and steady wins the race with this. Slow and steady wins you the race. And this is coming from Mr. Fast and Dirty himself. But hope everyone is having a good day so far. I think painting white armor is not actually anywhere near as hard as we get into our heads about it being. I kind of wanted to demo that for people. And there we go. Press up resistance. And like such. Denied existence. Denied their rights. Rise up resistance. There's no excuse for apartheid. And that L pad's supposed to be red, so that's why I'm not bothering to highlight that. Same with that one. Those are mistakes. Last bit. It's the foggish, wrongish bone. There we go. And there we go. It's looking really good too. These guys come together fast, but you see what I mean? Like the thing is just you work slow. And we're just finally glazing. Mr. Pigments is going to want me to use the correct term. I'm still not going to. We'll say it. We're going to apply a velatura, which is a fancy word for glazing. So now I'm going to go back to talking in mini painting terms. We're glazing up the ivory. And like such, we grab the easy highlights. Excuse me for the cough again. Zay's in the house. I've completely drifted out of frame. You guys got to tell me when I'm doing that. Just working away, getting closer and closer to myself. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Hell yeah. I also made coffee. Renan's the villain and y'all just a hostage. So whenever I'm stepping, cover your head like an ostrich. I made a comment and a joke at your expense while you were gone. Not actually at your expense. I just made a joke about how I was like, we're going to do some glazing. That's not actually what it's called. So to keep me... I made a joke about you wanting me to use my proper art terms and using my proper art terms. But then making a joke about how I'm still going to use the miniature painting terms because that is who I'm trying to speak to. And they're not going to understand what a fucking Velatora is most of the time. At least the ones who haven't been to art school. And it doesn't need to be any more complicated than it is. Except for the times it does. And this is going to dry really translucent, so I'm not worried. Sorry, this is going to be super transparent when it dries, so while it looks intense right now, it's not. If it ain't rough, it ain't me. I keep tunnel visioning on my work. Boom. Do one more on the back side, Z. Then I need to wash my brush out because it looks like there's a little bit of paint drying in here, and I don't want that because this is my really fucking nice Kalinsky. Razor, hit me with the mage of the damage. My clan understands and reflect. All right, let's have some coffee. You were right, Pigments. It is the way.
Right from York, Cali to Texas, cruising in a Lexus. Now's my turn to wreck this.
And tap, tap, tap. You were right about coffee. It was a good decision. You made coffee. I also made coffee. And I read you the thing about you making coffee, and then I guzzled about half my cup. But also, I'm trying to drink less coffee after my wife pointed out to me how much coffee I actually do drink. And I'm like, dude, I'm fucking like, it's like that can't be good for me. Like, I knew I drank a lot, but I didn't realize I'd gotten up to about 3 liters a day. Or about 3 quarts a day. So, like, I'm trying to limit myself, and I'm like, let's maybe get it down to a liter or 1 quart. So, like, 3 quarts is excessive. You know? So I'm like, I had that thing where I'm like, I think I gotta cut back on my coffee. Okay. Take a moment. Might hide. Farewell to the old country, of friends and family. Do this one. I think he's the closest to done. You guys are just getting a nice shot of the top of my bald head there. Love it. Love it. Also, I don't know if I said Mike Moans, if you're still in here. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it a ton. There must be something to do. And And we're just getting those last couple highlights on. Let's see, I'm actually not using very much white at all, though. Or much of my ivory at all. I'm actually barely using it. We're mostly just coming into some spots and going touch, touch, touch. This one just needs his green done now. So that one's almost done. This one's going to be almost done after this pass. Well, we can also do the edge highlights and the weapons. But another great Canadian band, Bort. This is Sacraments and Bayonets by them. Fun fact, the guitarist for Under the Mountain does backing vocals on this one. Where are my focus pouch? Bear with me a second. It'll be alright. Okay. Okay. It's almost edge highlight time. Yeah, it's edge highlight time, I think. You could actually do a couple more highlight. You need one more little glazy highlight, and then you get edge highlight too. I see some spots on you that I'm just not happy with yet. Here we go. Helgrat, what's up? 105 of 200 red flag terrain. How you doing, Helgrat? Shout out to a man I spent 48 hours with. Great painter, great guy. Can't sleep. I mean, if you couldn't sleep tomorrow, we have the reading stream, which might help a little better. But for now, you have the sweet, sultry sound of me painting and bored. I hope you get some rest, though. Or I hope you're eventually able to find rest. But I appreciate that you're choosing to pop in and hang out. Swish, swish. I've been doing some reading streams lately. They've been a ton of fun. Brush sound. Ah, yes. The sound of the brush. Yeah, that one's good for edge highlighting now, too. Other than... Okay. He was fine. You were good. You were good. You're good. You're not good. Excuse the cough. You're good. You were the one I fucked up on. Afro's in the house. It's a long time coming. And there we go. Got the red. Oh, this one I got to do too. This is one of those small details that sucks to do, but it will really help sell it. And that's if you can get your brush in and do that tiny little motion in here and get the sides of the armor paneling where it kind of flicks over. Just really helps sell the effects. And I think I need to do that actually on all of these guys. Let's just go in and make sure the boots are done. Fuck. So we're just coming through really quickly now. Cleaning these boots up and getting in tight, getting that nice bit on the sides. This one we missed. Look at that. Quite a bit on that one.
And when do the Tyranids arrive?
When I get paid to do them. I don't have much interest in painting the bugs myself because I don't want to start another horde army. And so pretty much it's just waiting until somebody commissions me for them. For myself, I mostly only collect skirmish games at this point. The models are so cool. They are, but I also don't have the money to buy a Tyranid army. And I also, yeah, it would really just come down to like having the time to paint them outside of commission, which is again, it's why I do skirmish stuff myself, is I only ever have to take a week off to paint a box. Yeah, again, it was kind of funny yesterday though, doing the I really had forgotten about how dicey some of the language in the Hyborian essay could be. And it was really funny when with the reading it yesterday. I was explaining I explained a couple times, but for anybody that didn't catch, I kept losing my place during it because there were several times in it where I'm reading it and I'm just like, I'm not saying that word out loud on stream, and having to come up with, I was like, all right, let's figure it out. What's the actual word for this? What's the non-slur? Having to go backwards. And yeah, there's a few times you can see I lose my place in it, and you can see I'm trying to think of what to say instead. And that's not even getting into the fact that, like, some people find the word, like, savage to be extremely offensive. Like, without even getting into the, like, kind of modern issues, some of it was just, like, you know, just some good old-fashioned 1920s old-timey racism. And it's kind of jarring when you were like, I must have glazed past this. Couple drops of green. And yeah, thankfully, Phoenix and the Sword, we did not have the same problem. There were no times where I was having to be like, And yes, I know I'm off frame here. I don't care. I'm painting eyes. Eye lenses. So we will be as out of frame as we need to be to do them well. There we go. Got the eyes painted in. Keeping your brush tight. There we go. Got the eye lenses. Mr. Jace to face. Oh, if you're having a good day, big guy. Been doing lots of racing streams lately. I popped in for a few of them. The only redeem I ever like to use during your racing is you can't park there. But I hope you're having a great day. It is nice to see you popping in. And there we go. We're just getting through it's bloody hot on the night shift, but last one, so back to painting and racing tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm here to get you through the night shift, because I know that there is a definite fucking lack of content on Sundays. Like, there is an actual content drought on Sunday. So I'm glad I'm here to get you through the night shift. Painting the Palanite Enforcers up right now. Also wanted to say, your bust of the T51 power armor is looking awesome. I think you should really take a moment and appreciate just your understanding of lighting at some point, and put the T51 armor up next to the Iron Man that you did, and just see how much like better your understanding where to put your lighting and your shadows, even if you're not like doing it intentionally. Like Iron Man was fucking good, but the T-51, it's just a huge step up from anything I've seen you do in terms of like just everything looking right. Especially because you got lots of good like secondary lights and bounce lights, and like it's really nice. It's really nicely done. Might come to SMC with me. Need to buy some plinths to mount it yet. Yeah, I still got to do all my mounting. And I got to get 2 more. Oh, I got to fix. Oh, man. I got to figure out how I'm even getting my shit. Oh, fuck me. I haven't even thought about that part yet. I don't think they're just going to let me walk through the entire thing holding plinths in my hands. Like, I don't think I'm just going to be able to walk to the airport being like, yes, please, these are my models. I'm not putting them down. I don't think they'll let me just walk around holding them the entire time until I get there. So I'm having that moment to be like, fuck, how do I get them there? Just mail it. Actually, that actually might actually be, I'm having that brief moment being like, that might actually be my best option is mailing them to Pascal. Yeah, actually, now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm like, I might ask Pascal if I can mail them. Not that I think he's gonna love that if everybody's just sending him shit, but I'm like, I might ask if I can just mail it to him so that way, you know, I can pick it up and fix it up beforehand. Because I know him and I were gonna try and meet up before the con at some point. And I'm just gonna do a quick little wet on wet in the here. But I'm wondering if that would actually be easier shipping them ahead of time. But then I have to have them actually done. Like if I do it that way, I would have to have them done and in the mail by August, like end of August at the latest, because I would need to guarantee at least 6 weeks for them. Oh goodness, I never even thought about this part. Great, now I'm. But I think the bust will. I think you should bring the bust, honestly. I gotta figure out like ahead of time. I think there's only like 1 or 2 things I'm gonna be on the lookout for there for myself. Well, because like I know I say that I'm probably gonna fucking drop way more money in that vendor hall than I would ever think I would. But the main thing I'm like keeping my eyes out for is if I can find a one of the old Rogue Trader boxes. I'd really like to get one of those old fucking first. I'd love the first edition Warhammer Rogue Trader set. I mean, so would fucking every nerd out there, but I want to paint it. I don't want to leave it in the box. I want to experience that beauty of those first edition models. Also, you was unaware I wrap mine in bubble wrap and cardboard, but in the comp room, you are not allowed bags, so people have glass acrylic boxes.
So people have these glass acrylic boxes. Security was all over me. So what you're saying is go through the competition. Shopping happens after I look at models. Go look at things, walk around, do my stuff, do my painting, hang out, then do the stuff when I have the ability to just bring it back to the hotel room at the end. I'm not buying a fucking stupid box to carry my stuff around. No, dude, I didn't know that either, so I appreciate you telling me that, because I know I'm gonna be really excited, and I know I'm gonna be kind of all over the place with like looking at stuff, meeting people. Like it's gonna be I know it's gonna be a very overstimulating environment. So it's good to kind of have it in my head to remember that ahead of time. And here we go. So you can check your rucksack before you walk into the comp. They give you a little raffle ticket, then you pick it up on the way out. The issue is my models were covered in cardboard, so they were sketchy about me walking out with other models, I guess. I'm only taking 3 things with me, and thankfully I have an extra set of hands. If I get a 4th ready, I can still carry it, because thankfully, I'm bringing a wife to carry shit for me. For every man out there who has ever had to carry a purse while they took their wife shopping, I want you to know I'm getting back for all of us. For every single one of you. I'm bringing my wife to SMC to carry my purse. You better buy plenty of flowers between now and then. She's gonna come with for the first day because she's into like nerd stuff in general. So there's like she kind of wants to see models and also see like board game stuff. But she's pretty much it's like we've talked about it. It's like she's not expected to like hang out or like she wants to take off and do shit. I'm not mad. Just like let me know where I can find you later on. But yeah, we've talked about it a bit, and like I think she's gonna come to the con to drop the models off. And then like walk around man to man. So because she's gonna come Friday essentially to drop the models off with me, and then she's gonna come on Sunday when they do like the awards and shit, and people pick their stuff up. But probably not gonna be there on the Saturday. And I think we get in on the Wednesday. I double checked, and we get in on the Wednesday, not the Tuesday. We're leaving on the Tuesday. But I booked my hotel as of the Tuesday to the. I booked it from the Tuesday to the Wednesday because I figured book it for 8 days, and I did exactly what you did, Jace, where it's like with free changes between now and then. So I was like, I'll just book extra time at the hotel, and then I'll figure out when my flights actually get there.
Oh yeah, Helgrat's over in over even yeah.
He is you're uh plus 17 for me.
I have family out that way, so right, I try to remember that it's like -7, but the next day. Fuck, that eye is hard to get to. Come on, you slippery bastard. There we go. That's the angle. That's the angle. And I got my fighting music going on too now.
We were born to be alive. We were born to be alive. Born to be alive.
Before you laugh about that, man, I'm not sure how much they're able to be. So Friday's the lessons. Oh shit! Well, I have lessons. Did you sign up for any of the courses?
Then it'll probably be she'll come by, drop the models off with me, and then go off and do her own thing in Eindhoven on Friday, and Saturday she might pop by, but no, you didn't. I'm doing Pascal's because I'm already flying over, and him and I are like kind of buddies, so it's like I want to take his course. You know? So Jinx and I both signed up to take the course just to fucking kind of yeah. I kept telling Pascal I'm gonna sit up front and blow kisses at him the whole time to try and keep making him giggle.
Keep my mind.
I think you mean kick. Before I approved that, man, did you mean kick? No, I'm just asking. Did you mean kick his ass or lick his ass? You meant lick. Okay, we'll approve it. I should probably take a lesson, but I can't be arsed. I'm not a good student. I'm not either. But I'm trying to be better at these things because it's serious business for me. Hey, again, man, that was one of those times where it's like, just in case this is a typo, I'm gonna let the auto mod, or I'm gonna give you a chance to let the auto mod, or let the auto mod actually do its job here, and see. It's like, is this what you mean? But yeah, no, I'm excited to take it. I definitely could have done some of the other ones, like I think, but the other one that I really wanted to take was sold out by the time my wife got home, and we were able to make plans. And I mean, everyone here is.
Yeah, I mean, I pay, or I got Jinx as my coach because she's recently gone independent, and I want to help support that as much as I can. In also, she has a lot of the information and the knowledge that I need. I was always told that essentially the best thing you can do in life is if you see something somebody's doing that you really like, attach yourself to it and figure out how they did it. And oftentimes that'll mean just getting to know them. Other times it means being like paying for coaching. But it's important to. I'm also looking at these guys and realizing there's a leather section to the boot that I painted on all the other models, or like my original Palanites. And I don't want to go back and give them all white shoes, so it's easier to go in and give all the new guys black shoes. Bro. Went bonus gaming mode. No, I just like I absolutely adore Jinx's art style, so I wanted to. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm. It was like immediately I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna hire you to coach me because what the things you're excelling at are the things I'm struggling with. And there she is. Hey, what's up? Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. We were talking about how I'm getting I was getting coaching done for SMC, and was mentioning that like because like essentially the best way you pick a coach is to actually I was literally talking about how I picked you as my coach, and you appeared. So yes, that is actually unbelievable timing. Which is again, as I was about to say, what you should when you're looking at somebody for coaching, the best thing you can do is finding somebody who is excelling at the things that you feel like you're struggling with, and going from there, and also attaching it to like an art style that resonates with you. So for me, it's the fact that Jinx does.
What lovely
I will
feet.
exercise as soon as I get these guys done. Thank you for that, Marquis. I got a couple bootsies to do, and then I'll also throw Jinx a shout out here. But yeah, you essentially look for somebody who does well at what you're kind of lacking in, and I've always struggled with photorealism, and I want to learn more about approaching photorealism within my artwork. And I feel like the Goblin and Astaroth and all of that is coaching. Best thing to do: pick up the local bus provider, ask a stable who to talk to. That is true. That is true. Although I don't know that I'd hire a coach service that way these days. Like for myself, again, like I don't do great photorealism. My art's always been super cartoony, super bright, super poppy. Very, very, very much somebody like, who's learned how to draw from tattoos and comic books. And that bled into how I paint as well, right? And that's exactly it. Photorealism is the direct opposite of what I know how to do, and that's where I really need to then start improving. So honestly, I think if I'm being completely honest, it wasn't one of your miniatures that sold me on you for coaching either. It was the clown painting. As much as I dislike clowns, it was actually the clown painting that sold me on that, because had you just posted that in the chat, I would have thought it was a photograph at first. There's it was honestly it was the clown painting that sold me on your ability to do photorealism, and why I was like, okay, this is who I need to learn from.
Boneless, not sure you noticed after last stream. You go back to boxing, got me to inquire about the club around the corner.
Ooh, that's hella rad. I live right by I live right by the club, right? So I just want to get back into shape. I'm been stagnant, not loving. My body's feeling kind of soft and doughy. And it was again the realization that I don't have to try and be a pro fighter. I don't have to go everything like I'm fucking trying to get ready to fight Mike Tyson in 1991. Yeah, I mean it's not like I gotta treat everything like I'm about to fight Mike Tyson in 1991, you know? Like I can just go and hang out, maybe hit some pads, do some touch sparring. Nothing, you know, and do like the Cubans do, man. Like just straight up, just touch spar, man. But it's the mentality, is right. I would take things. It's hard for me not to take it way too seriously when I'm training. But yeah, for anybody else that is looking for coaching, especially like if you're getting ready for comp, highly recommended. If you're gonna, because for me again, it's the thing that like if I'm already going through the effort to, it's for me, it's always going to be a bigger deal, and I'm always going to take it probably a little too seriously with the painting side, at least, because I'm traveling 7,000 kilometers to do this. You know, Twisty Pickle, there's a name. Hope you're doing good. He's retired, and I still wouldn't want to fight him. I mean, he didn't look very good in his last fight, but honestly, he's too old to be getting in the ring at this point. It was the same thing with George Foreman. Like, they shouldn't be doing it, and whoever gave them a license should be literally charged. Whoever, like, I don't know. Whoever gave Mike Tyson's, look, I don't like Jake Paul. I think he's a fucking knob, but he's a rough kid, and he can punch. He's got a lot of money. He's got world-class coaching. He's got dietitians, nutritionists. He's got $1 million steroid stack. He gets fucking, at one point, he had a fucking Roach holding, he had Roach doing his pads at one point. Like fucking, the kid can fight. You just, I don't have to like him. Trust me, even without the comp side, you'll say afterwards it was worth it, even if you didn't enter. I love it. I'm just so happy to be doing it. And then I got one more boot to do here, and then I got to do a quick exercise for Marquis. And show you guys what we've got done in... I've only been going for 3 hours. Started early today. Did I shout out Jinx? No, I didn't. And then I also got to do a shout out for... Somebody popped in right at the same time, I think. That was Manaman, yeah. Bro, Manaman 1. Got mods for fucking everyone. But first, we got Jinx started. And then, yeah, we're going to get a quick... Do an isolation lift. And to make Mark happy, we started including Thor's hammer as one of our lifts. Because he keep telling me we got to do Thor's hammer. I mean, I'll see how I feel going back to it. I do have those feelings sometimes where I'm like, I've gotten older. I'm a little less aggro than I used to. I'm going to take that back. I am way, way less aggro than I used to be. Yeah, no, it's called. I know it's called Mjolnir, but there's the lift the one lift I was doing with my shoulders where my arms were coming straight out. That's called Thor's hammer. It's the name of the lift. Not yeah. Do. But yeah, I am way less aggro now that I'm getting older. So I don't know. Like I'll see how I feel. I want to go back and do it because I enjoy it. But I'm not sure if my body can take the punishment of the training that it's going to take to get back in shape for it. As it's intense. On that, just Jinx, at some point, you should ask your husband how he's enjoying his involuntary yoga. You'll get a good laugh out of that. It's also sometimes referred to as the art of folding clothes with people still in them. Oh, I made a joke and I was saying you should make a joke to your husband next time he comes back from class. Ask him how involuntary yoga was. Or again, sometimes also referred to as the art of folding clothes with people still in them. Okay, those guys all are kind of baseline decent. I mean, obviously we need to do the mirrored lenses on those better. This guy's... I'm getting a little frazzled about the fact that some of this stuff just paints too quickly now. But this guy's not done because he has skin showing. So let's do the bases on these 5. Get them off the desk really quickly. And then because once they're off the desk, then I can, focus on other things and stop bumping shit. Where's my stippler? Brooklyn, New York City, where they paint murals are big, you can get trustful. There it is. I miss to choose 1/6. That is Wait, what am I looking for? Shit. Oh, that, ha! I needed a thing. Got it. One, two, three, most definitely quality. We want to make it on to the tip top, the best alliance in hip hop. Oh, wait, no. I missed a detail on all of the shield bearers, which is the black stripes on the bottoms of the shields. And we are using the do your best. Do not touch the model while you do this step. And there we go. But we're using this brush because it applies a very thin coat, which is then going to allow us to move very quickly. Cool. Dark metal. Dark metal. That's what it looks like when it dries. And there we go. 3, 4. Let's get going. I'm doing great, man. I've been up since 6 a.m. ish. My cats were terrorists this morning. They only just settled down about 40 minutes ago. It was both of them this morning, too, which is not normal. I was a little brutal joking earlier. I was like, made a comment that I was like, hey, I'm gonna send him to a farm or something. And I was like, I was like, I don't know if I can keep him. And I was like, that was rude. That was just joking. But yeah, no, he's driving me fucking crazy. He thinks that humans only get 4 hours of sleep. I can absolutely blame a cat that has figured out how to crawl into the headboard and in between the headboard and the mattress to get right his head between where my pillow sits and the headboard to then start screaming in my ear, where I also then can't actually get to him. He climbs into a spot right beside my head under the bed, wedges himself up between the mattress and the headboard, and then starts caterwauling. He is the ultimate douchebag. It was funny because yes, I think it was Mark UK asked as well. He was like, "Have you taken it? Like, he's like, does he need to go to the vet? Like, is he okay?" And I was like, "Oh no, we've even taken him to the neurologist. Like, we've spent thousands of dollars trying to figure it out, only to find out he's just a dick." We took him to see a neurologist. The cat dentist. Like we tried we tried literally every angle. Um And he's the wobbly one too, so it's not like he can get into the bed or anything. So like sometimes when he scream valid reasons, but lately not so much. Today it was because my fiance had to work a different shift than usual. So she was not up at 6:30 when she usually gets up. She was out of the house at 4 a.m. today. She started because she had to start at 4:30 today. Try to accept it. 4 hours tops. I used to be 4 hours tops. It's not good for you. Like long term, it's really bad for your health. But yeah, that's why I've been painting for 3.5 hours already. Is I was like, well, it was like 8 a.m. and I was like, well, I've already been up for 2 hours. It's not like I have anything else to do today. Ba 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 ba. I not for commission, but I'm probably going to be painting an Orc Stompa sometime in the next couple of weeks slash months. Say within the next 6-8 weeks. Just doing it for a friend. He has a Stompa. I've always wanted to paint a Stompa, and they're really, really, really good models for working your airbrush skills. So we're gonna do all the airbrush stuff on it off stream, but yeah, I'm gonna paint up a Stompa as a way to thank my buddy for all the help he's done with like building models and shit for me. Okay, I just whipped up a very, very thin. This is like 1 part orange to 6 parts water. And I'm gonna get my cable. Fuck me, why can't I talk? Words hard. Let it while it's still damp and wet. Yep. And here we go. We got the rusting happening in real time. You guys go. We're just going to do this across all these really quickly. Soak them if you want. Like, it's the first stage rust. You can actually, if you want to, watch. We can do this one. You just do the whole thing really fast like that. Watch. Trust the process. It'll look good. You don't have to do all of it. Sometimes you can be a bit more sparing if you want. Maybe not too sparing because this is Necromunda, guys. This is the fucking Underhive. This is the shittiest parts of the shittiest planet in the shittiest part of the worlds. And like the worst part of the Imperium. The Underhive is an awful, awful, awful place. Christ. Just for a pint or two, these folks. Sorry, I haven't looked up in a while. You cannot blame cats. Only 4 hours sleep. And about 25 years. I feel like I'm 100. Can't be helped. So Denmark. I've not been to Denmark before. I would love to go at some point. If I am able to make it to Spiel next year, so 2027, if I can make it to Spiel, I'll make a trip to or I would like to make a trip to Denmark. As well, because I can also see, because sometimes it's, especially for something like that, it might actually be easier for me to fly into Copenhagen. It's the same thing with Eindhoven, right? Like, you're not going to try and get a flight to Eindhoven. I don't even know if they have an airport there. Yeah, but it's also, I'm just saying, it's like sometimes it's cheaper to land in Copenhagen and take a train than it would be to, say, land in Munich. Sometimes. So you just kind of have to like look at what the flights cost. That's mostly what it would depend on. But yeah, no, I'd love to go to Denmark. Check out Randers. I will keep that in mind. Some of it will dry more muted. Eindhoven has an airport. Not many UK airports fly, though. Most fly to only. That's kind of the point I'm kind of getting. So that second's kind of the point. Because, like, the city I live in has an airport, right? But my fiance... Oh my gosh. My fiance was looking at flying out of our local airport for trips, and I keep trying to have to explain to her. I'm like, dude, we save hundreds of dollars if we just take a boat. Like, yes, it adds 3 hours in travel time getting there, but it saves hundreds. It's like it saves us a 16-minute connecting flight. Yes, I'm not joking. The connecting flight to get me to YVR is 16 minutes. We get in the plane, boop, boop. It doesn't even hit height. It just literally, but it's not even done taking off by the time it's landing. I want to orange this one up some more. See, I figure, it's kind of the thing, right? Like you kind of pick the airport that's close, that does have. You pick what the closest airport is. I am not stoked about my trip in a couple of weeks. That is, I mean, I am, but I'm also not. I don't really want to go to Vegas right now. If it wasn't for a wedding, I wouldn't be, but like I'm stoked to see my brother-in-law getting married. And it is really important to me to, be at his wedding. Although I have my anxieties about traveling to Vegas right now. Okay, there we go. Got all those bases done. All those are drying. Clean that brush off. Understandable. So boneless selfie and suit when I'm not wearing a suit, dude. It's Vegas in the summer. Dude, this is Vegas in the summer. They're lucky I'm gonna be wearing pants. Like at all. The fact I'm not just showing up in a Speedo is fucking, you know. Dude, this is Vegas in June. It's like the worst time to go to Vegas. If you ever want to know what it feels like for your skin to melt off in real time, that dry desert heat. Ugh. I'm a coastal boy, dude. I'm gonna have fucking nosebleeds the second I'm getting off that plane. So boneless, buttless selfie when? It's already on Instagram. It's tagged as short shorts. There is a picture of me from my boxing days in a Speedo, just fucking walking with my hands above my head. It's still there. It's a great picture. I look fucking good. I'm not taking that photo down. Got to 140 something pounds at that point, or I was like, I hadn't started the water cut, but I'd like just finished the diet portion of my weight cut, so like I looked good. One of those things too, where like I fully understand now why when people work their asses off to achieve like really exceptional physiques, why they want to wear very revealing clothes. Because I'm like, dude, it is hard to get your body looking like that, and when it does, it's like, yeah, I want to show this off. Fully makes sense. Although anybody expecting me to still look like that is going to be very, very disappointed. Fuck. Clean this brush off so I don't contaminate this pot. Don't want to see your ass. Don't have to. But I'm also not taking that picture down. It's been on Instagram for like 5 years. I need to like. I'm just having that brief moment of being like, I think I'd like. With all that being said, I was like, I think I'd like to go for a run soon. Not like today, or like right this moment, but maybe later today when it cools down this afternoon. Yeah, I'm kind of moving away from social media myself. I use Instagram for stream related reasons. But beyond Insta, I don't really have a good time on social media. And Discord, again, I don't really count because, while it is a social media platform, it's also kind of tied directly to my work. So it's funny. I don't know if anybody knows this, that I'm when I boxed I was a southpaw. I think everybody knows that when I boxed I was a southpaw. I think I've explained this too on stream, that it's kind of funny that it's the reason I paint and write and draw left or with my right hand is because I was told I was holding my pencil incorrectly when I was a kid, and I was autistic and took it as it was like in my brain it was like, you're not allowed to hold the pencil or pens with your left hand. So I was like told, yeah. I was just like, I remember being told a couple of times that I was holding my pencil in the wrong hand. And yeah, sometimes I wonder what would happen if I took the time to actually train up my left. Because, like, I play sports left-handed, I swing a bat left-handed, I fight left-handed. My same kind of generation didn't take it to the same level as that, but it was the same generation that told me I wasn't allowed to hold my pencil with my left hand. Because I would pick, apparently, yeah, I asked about it, and I used to pick things up with my left, and I would be told, no, use your other hand. Use your other hand. Which is weird, because you think you'd just be like, hey, look, he's doing it, not trying to tell him he's doing it wrong. Nothing like looking at a toddler doing something and your first thought is, that's the wrong hand, you fucking idiot. Like, this dipshit can't even do it with the correct hand. Have the best signature. Lefties usually have notorious. That's fun to. Actually interesting, because lefties notoriously have bad signatures because they smudge them. But that's why I can sign with both hands. I was about to say, Helgrat, if you're a lefty, you'd know that lefties notoriously have a bad signature. But yeah, I do everything else I do left-handed. But being ambi is better. Like, when I broke my hand at work, my payout was double because I'm ambidextrous. When I broke my hand at work and I had to get my compo, it was like I actually got double because it was because I'm ambi. Both hands were considered my dominant hand. I don't have a non-dominant hand, so both breaking either. It's funny if they don't. If you're ambidextrous, it's not. It doesn't count as your non-dominant hand. It's both hands count as your dominant hand. They don't pull the, oh, well, he's fine, he can just use the other one. It's, oh, he could use both of them and now he can only use one. That's actually really gonna fuck them up. Kind of looking at these guys right now, trying to figure out, watching them dry. Okay. You can go over here to dry. You're good. You, no. You, no. You, yes. You can come off the desk. You can come off the desk for the time being. And you can come off the desk for the time being. So got 4 more of them off the desk. I can write, would not know the difference apart from the speed at which I write. So I'm not practiced with my left. So I don't think I could paint with my left. I could probably figure it out, but it would be a bit childish at first. It would take me a while to get that, like the micro dexterities that, or the micro dexterity that I have in my, that I've developed in my right. But I probably could. I say as I just drop my brush. But yeah, it was fun. I didn't fully understand why I did everything left-handed until I was much older, and I was told that I was left-handed as a kid by a family member. I can't throw or kick a ball with my right. I can throw with my left. I can punch with my left. I box left-handed, so like I'm a southpaw. My power punch is my left. My left side is actually stronger. Like my left arm is stronger than my right arm. I can swing a hammer left-handed. I can swing a baseball bat left-handed. I hold a hockey stick left-handed. I hold my lacrosse sticks left-handed. Yeah, see, I golf and I bat left-handed. And then continually would struggle because everybody tries to be like, "Oh, you need to do it this way," and it's like, but I'm left-handed. Hit the final highlights on the shield to get the lens effect. Be very careful with your where you touch these guys while they have the wet bases. If you touch the base and then touch the model, you've just ruined everything you've done. You brought dishonor upon your family. Same thing. Nice looking. Dude, when I played ice hockey, I used to confuse the crap out of people. Oh man, being able to switch stance in hockey is awkward as fuck. I mean, it's really hard to play because you know the curve of your stick, right? Like, but it's you can still do, like, you can still shoot left, you can still shoot right. But being able to come out and change facing and playing both with that and having both a left-handed and right-handed stick for between periods, is awesome. I missed one of the other shields, didn't I? No, I didn't. I got all of the shields. Okay. I'm wired because I'm useless at drawing. And really quickly, I just need to work up the red on the shield here and the black stripe.
Could do anything. I could do anything. I can do anything if I can get clean.
It was also, so I wanted to say, it was really interesting watching Pascal do his workshop, which I definitely fell asleep by the end of because my cat jumped on my lap. Then I moved to the living room because he kept kneading on my legs, and I was like, this is uncomfortable. And then I was like, all right. And then I put the stream on in the living room, and I was like, all right, Boneless, you're gonna finish watching this, and then you're gonna boot your stuff up when Pascal's done, just like you said you were going to. And then 5 minutes later, I'm just snoring. But it was really interesting to see that circle theory and cone theory are the same thing, and I just know it by a different name. Like, my triangle / cone theory that I tried to explain is circle theory. And I thought it was really funny to be watching him and being like, this is the... So, no, sphere theory and cone theory are the same thing. It's the idea of the circles, and it's the cone of light on the model and how it casts the 3 different circles of bright and dark. Pascal calls it sphere theory because he's referring to the spheres on the model and how that affects. I call it cone theory because I'm referring to how light expands in a cone shape and creates those circles. So it's just really funny because cone theory and sphere theory are the exact same thing. I think it's really funny, which is why I was like, no, dude, I feel like I can learn something watching you. Like, exactly, flashlight effect. It's sphere theory and flashlight effect. It's I know it as cone theory. No, cone theory is always green. I learned something and no one believes me. What did you feel that you learned? Because when he was breaking down the shapes on the face, and particularly how to create the triangles around the eye, I really enjoyed that. That was something I did not know anything about. Like, when he was breaking down specific shapes to put on faces and where to put them. I need to see that part again. Who knows? Maybe I'll ask him if we can do an interview sometime. Do a same thing like we did with Mr. Pigments the first time. Do an artist profile and just like an art chat. And I got fuck all education. Same here, man. Look, I'm not formally educated. I just surround myself with people who are... When he said paint towards the highlight, my brain exploded. Yeah, that's because you will... So the paint towards the highlight is because where you end your brush stroke is where the most moisture is always going to deposit. So if you end your brush stroke where you want it to be the brightest, you create the largest deposit of paint there. I know you understand it. I'm not explaining this to you. Please, I hope you don't take offense when I say I'm not actually explaining that to you. When I read something like that out loud, I just explain it because I have to assume that while you might get it, I can't assume that we're all at the same level. It's not safe to assume that everybody in here has the same level of experience. So, I know. Just clarifying that when you mentioned that, I figured I would give a quick insight as to why you do that for anybody who's wondering. So, like, if you're not seeing, like, when I'm doing the helmets here, as I'm kept doing this, I've actually been always brushing like that because I'm wanting this to be the brightest spot. I have no idea. I was curious about painting, and I feel like I am in a class lecture. Deep down, if you were curious about painting, you found yourself into a really fantastic place. What's your experience level? Like, are you new to this? Have you been doing it for a while, or is it just something you're looking at picking into? I'm not formally educated in art, but again, I surround myself with extremely talented artists and people who are pretty formally educated. But yeah, welcome in Deep Down. Or is it Deep Down or Deep Dawn? Painted like one mini 6 years ago, and that's it. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad that you're back. Deep down. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. My name's Studio Boneless. I paint for a living. Jinx Dart is my instructor. She is phenomenal. So that's why I'm like, that's why you're getting that bit of the back forth there. But yeah, I just doing some Necromunda today. So if you're getting into painting, that's awesome. Highly recommended as both a hobby and anything. If you're starting out, I'm going to say the most important thing to note, do not worry about how your models look. Don't worry about what they look like when they're done. Don't worry about what other people's models look like. Worry about putting paint down. Maybe try to work on, like, starting off, base coats and consistency. When you were asking me about my cross hatching, I was caught off guard. Well, that's because I'm trying to do an artist. It's just gonna sound super fucking weird and creepy when I say it this way, but like every time I'm watching an artist or anytime I'm doing anything with any artist, I'm studying them. I'm studying what they're doing. I am trying to do an artist study, and that is not just looking at their art, but it's how they create their art. So one thing is understanding, like Frank Frazetta's artwork. All of his best and most famous paintings were done in less than 24 hours, usually done in 6 hours, because he would rush through them in one night on a commission deadline. The reason thing to take away from that is not rush your deadlines. What you take from Frank Frazetta's actual living standard and the way he would do that is that most artists work best when we turn our brain off and we're not overthinking what we're doing. But yeah, deep down, honestly, when you're starting out, just start by getting paint down on the models. It's really fun. I learned from you on your 48 hours. Not a chance you learned from me. Hell, Greg, I learned lots from you on the 48-hour stream. You taught me about doing some of the FX stuff that I didn't know. And you showed me a lot about the value in how you can use both a gloss and a flat finish at the same time to create different surfaces from the same color. So, I did learn things from you. No, you taught me a few things. It's we all have things we can learn. Bought a Space Marine starter kit, just been busy and I haven't started painting it yet. Nemesis, welcome in. Quick shout out for the man. Everyone can learn from everyone. So I remember this dishwasher we had. I'd been cooking for maybe 8 or 9 years at this point, and I watched him take a squirt bottle, the fucking squeezy bottles that are notoriously a nightmare to get clean. And he just walked up, turned the long tap sink on, stuck the whole bottle in over the taps, like over the neck of the sink, and just went blop, 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 spun it 3 times and pulled it out. And the thing was spotless to go through the dishwasher. Then it just needed to be sanitized. Summer class, you're already 2 weeks ahead of the 4 classes. Dude, you're killing it. You were absolutely killing it with your Linux. I'm glad that it's going as well as it is. This was a dishwasher. 17-year-old kid blew my fucking mind. I'd spent so many hours fighting those bottles over the course of my career. And this kid just walked up and immediately showed me this thing. And I was like jaw on the floor, being like, yo. We can all learn from each other. It really comes down to if we're trying to learn and if we're open to learning, right? The Space Marine starter kit, that's awesome. Do you have a chapter in mind? We did salamanders to start the year off. Twitch, yeah, honestly, Twitch is one of the best places to learn. But yeah, learning is about the open-mindedness of what you approach it with, because even a person who like you think differently than I do, Helgrat. And even understanding this race, so many flags, 8 laps to go. Stork, you're not the only one watching the race right now. I got Stelitzer's also watching. There's a few of you in here watching the races. 8 laps left, and the red flag has been waved. All right. I'm going to go for the easiest, laziest blonde hair in the world. I'm going to go with yellow Bad Moon contrast. But yeah, a race. They're watching the Indy 500. Or apparently the Indy 500 is today. There's a few people in here watching it. And not the kind of race that I plan on just going at it from a painting perspective, not actually playing the game. Was looking at Imperial Fists or Dark Angels. That is awesome. So I take the same approach. The gaming aspect, I'm less interested in. I do play skirmish games, but I'm not a big fan of like 40K or like the larger tabletop games. Although I paint armies for a living, so I still fly through them. Imperial Fists are going to be a serious challenge. And I think, like, as a new painter, I'm going to warn you ahead of time that might be a bit of an overwhelming task. However, if you accomplish it and you see it through, it will be an extremely rewarding experience. But I also will say that Imperial Fists is one of the harder places to be starting. Yellow, and that's just it, man. There are lots of tricks for yellow. If you want to learn yellow, like deep down, I can teach yellow in a quick 5 minutes. It's the yellow; it looks so good. The trick to yellow is that it's actually pink. Yellow is easy, but it takes time. Started touching up my demon dragon head in the lava pool every few minutes or so days. Almost went to the Daytona 500, was drinking the Florida Mall Hotel, got speaking in person beside the Daytona chief police, and their partner came back to the race and climbed the invite. Seraphon is really fun. I've done a Seraphon Blood Bowl team. We're running into ads really quickly here, guys. So just a heads up, if you're getting those, I have delayed twice now, so I am going to save my last skip for if we get raided. I like to keep a skip for a raid. So the guy did a super bright pink of the base coat of it. That's exactly what I would recommend too. I don't know that I would go with a bright pink. I would probably go with a darker magenta. Something like like that. Like that would be a nice starting tone for yellow. You could go darker than that though, even. Like you could go even darker than that if you actually wanted to. And I'm gonna grab a bit of my colors here. Why am I mixing with my good brush? Because I am a silly goose. Pink, orange wash, and then detail color. Do you plan on airbrushing? This is the shortest ad I've ever seen. Hell yeah! It's supposed to be going for 3 minutes, but if it's gonna pull you out of them after 45 seconds, let's take it. Let's fucking go! Hopefully I've offended somebody and like they're just refusing to advertise on my platform now. The whole yellow over pink thing still blows my mind how that works. That's because you're utilizing the chroma curve, which is the Munsell color system. Airbrush probably, but I would like to build up some skills first, then learn something new. Hell yeah. That's also, again, phenomenal approach. But yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that's the Munsell color system, or is that like chroma curve is going off the top of my memory. And I need to fact check this one. Yeah, that's the Munsell color system. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to use fine arts terms, but yeah. If you want to learn the actual science of how it works, that's what it's called. That's what you can research into. I'm not going to sit here and explain it, man. Your cones in your eyes are weird. I have an extra cone in my eye, so I see even more color, but but yeah, that's a great way to be deep down. That is it. And like developing your brush skills is never going to be a bad way to go about it. Quick little get the skin on the forehead, sides of the head. Boneless got 3 eyes. I kind of do have a third eye for color. It's genuinely I kind of do, man. You're not even wrong. Some of the best model painters are colorblind, and I have tetrachromatic vision, so I have it's kind of hilarious. Not hilarious. But yeah, no, I know multiple colorblind painters who are fucking incredible. So you don't need to have extra color vision or super color vision. Check DM, tossed to yellow, never saw the pink. Grand stuff. Hell yeah! Just bear with me for one moment. Hey now, hey now. And I'm gonna go one a little bit brighter. I got this tiny bit of like ivory glaze on my palette still, right? So let's put it to some good use. These guys are in the underhive, however, or of course, so they probably have pretty pale skin. But yeah, it was interesting listening to Pascal's workshop and realizing that so much of what he's teaching is like we have so much similarity in how in what we like and how we teach. He teaches everything at a way higher level than me. I want to be very clear about that aspect. I'm not being like Pascal and I are like fucking colleagues. No, he's on a different level. But it was really nice to see. This is I don't think it's Aqua. It's the Venga Boys. But yeah, it was just interesting to see how I need to learn how to make waves with modeling clay. Ooh, that would be fun. There we go. Let's see one hard thing. And for your students, you watch the videos and they show you these techniques from experienced hand and you don't see the mistakes and corrections. Dude, that is exactly why I am on Twitch. Honestly, that's why I'm here. Is I started streaming and I started doing this because I felt that a lot of the miniature painters that I used to watch had gotten to the point where they felt like they were no longer accessible to a new painter. And like I make constant mistakes. I move very quickly and I'll hide them. But why did I just do that? I wasn't even paying attention. So there you just watched me make one without even realizing it. I had the wrong color paint, and just because I was explaining something, I just went in and edge highlighted this the wrong color. Just shit like that, right? Like we all do it. But I actually agree with you that there is a serious lack of that kind of showing the fuck ups, and it's the flip side too. Same thing. I do not expect beginners to own an airbrush. I think it's very important that people teach everything from a brush perspective, right? Like here, yeah. I just yeah. I fully agree with you on that one, and I think it is important as well because it sets an unrealistic expectation too, which is part of what bugs me about it. And the reason I dislike it is I'm not going to name names, but it gives people a false expectation of what their models are going to look like starting out. It's not going to happen. Like, I'm sorry, your 45-second clip or your, 10-minute video where you're painting these models, what a lot of people aren't seeing is like, okay, I'll show you some of my really high level work here, okay? Or like this is what I would call my display level work. And I'll show this to you. We're gonna do two really fun ones here. Ask questions. Most streamers will stop and talk to you, just like Studio Bonuses right now. That's exactly it. And also, I love to do feedback. So if you have questions, you can actually like in Discord. You can either post pictures, link an Instagram. I love to go over things and kind of talk people through what I'm seeing. Obviously, there are other people who are better than me at certain things. Quick explanation again, deep down is like so. Yeah, like I can paint. I can paint like this too. But if this is all you see me producing, that's that looks good. That also took me 60 fucking hours to do. This looks good. This isn't done yet. This one's at about 70. Astaroth here, about 45, 50. Like my display level work is awesome, and I'm proud of the pieces that I can produce. But I also think it's really important that people understand that like it takes a very, very long time to achieve that level. And I've been doing this for 14 years. I started painting in 2012. I've only been doing it seriously for about 4 or 5, but and I've been doing it professionally for 2. I'm actually quite happy with how that one is, other than it's a learning journey. Exactly. We learn, we get better, we improve, we make friends, we live, we laugh, we cry. We blow kissy faces at Pascal while he's trying to teach. But it's the other thing I'll also say, deep down, like I attend workshops still. Like when I'm going to SMC in a few months. I'm going to be attending a couple workshops while I'm there. Not a couple. I'm attending one workshop while I'm there because I can afford one. I don't have that many euros kicking around. But the best workshop. It is the best workshop. Although I will. Well, there were a lot of really good workshops. I don't want to call it the best because I'm like I was pretty sure wasn't Roman Lepat running a workshop too? I think Roman Lepat had a workshop there, or like I think Roman was running one too, and I'd go to his. There were a few really good looking workshops, but I just want to be good now. You'll start. Everybody has a starting point, and everybody will have a point where they improve and get better, right? The amount of time you put into it is what you'll get out of it. There's one guy on the platform, I would say, I didn't know. Just, yeah, honestly, I flipped through a couple of them. I only recognized one or two of the names, but the names I recognized were like, I'm like, oh, these guys are like the real deal. But you know, I'll say there are some guys who just paint at an unbelievably high level right from the get-go. It could happen. You could be we could have another White Wolf situation. But it's important to know that, like, so there's another streamer, White Wolf 131, fucking incredible painter. Only been doing it for like I think 2 years. But it's important to note that he is the exception, not the rule. And he has worked very, very hard and put in the hours learning and really takes the time to learn from other people. And I'll be nice to him because he's not here. And as soon as he shows up, I'll start shit-talking him. But, you know, he's the exception. He's not the rule. And that's just it. He puts in crazy time, and he's always pushing himself, and he's surrounding himself by people who are just insanely good painters. But again, like, I think it's important for people to know who see him and find out, you know, oh, he's only been painting for, 2 years. It's like, yeah, nobody... Marky, yeah, we don't talk about White Wolf. He's just really, really fucking good, and he's learning at an insane speed. I mean, he's not here, so again, I'll say it. He'll be a golden, like, he'll win a Slayer sword in this decade. I could see him winning a Slayer sword in the next year, in the next few years. Like, we're not even talking Golden Demon. I could see him winning a Best in Show at Golden Demon. I wouldn't want this. I would. I don't care that it's a pile of junk, man. It's the fact that it's the Slayer sword. I know you know swords, and I'm not talking, like, I don't really care to, like, I'm not gonna try and cut anybody down with a Slayer sword. I've got a fucking cookery if I need to swing. You know? People want to mess around, I got a big old knife that'll do a good job. But that's just me saying that he's like, you know, some people are just at a different level, and it's okay too. Okay, mixed up a quick dirty gray, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip these guys like this. Watch. We're just gonna put a little bit of loving on these shields, okay? But if you want to get good right away, You got to paint every single day because you're not going to get better, mini after mini over mini. It's day over day you'll see improvement. And again, if you're in those early stages, man, feel free, give us a follow. We have a Discord, ! Discord if you want to join. I feel I've plateaued a bit. I disagree. I think Tinker Fairy is you actually pushing yourself significantly in a way.
You look like a cut of
Thanks for the follow, by the way.
meat. Are you?
I think Tinker Fairy is actually can I bring this up? Let's take a look at this. Let's see Sheila was the last piece you finished, or what would be. Let's do a comparison between the two. Let's see where you're at, man. If that's how you feel, let's do a side by side. Because I would strongly disagree. I'm seeing massive improvement with Tinker Fairies, particularly in your ability to slow yourself down and not just call an area done because you don't want to paint it anymore. Which you're in a it happens. It's the same thing like with Sheila with the hair, or there was like the one part where you're just like, that's good. And I think like we're really seeing where you're like I think honestly for you is just exactly what you got to do. You can glaze more colors in, you can do all that stuff. And again, all of that said with love. All of that is said with love and wanting to see you improve and also wanting to see you get a medal. But I think Tinker Fairy is a really strong piece. I also love that it got reacted boobs in my chat or in the Discord. I'm not sure if you noticed that. I think Dan started that, but somebody set up the emotes to react it in order that the reactions also spell boobs. But 8005 is also how it was reacted. I hate that I don't know what I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something. I only saw that today and I had a good laugh. Here's what's interesting is that you're actually in a really cool place right now, Jinx, because you're able to start pioneering. You say you don't know what you don't know, but when you look at the general knowledge in miniature painting, you're in like the upper echelon of skill. You might not feel it yourself, but you definitely are. And I think the biggest ones would be like, again, my only opinions would be like trying to go with brighter and bolder color because you tend to be a little more reserved and afraid to go into that like it really pushing the intensity. But again, like that's just I'm not really I'm not the guy who's really designed to be giving that kind of feedback. You're at a much higher level than I am. But I think you're at the point where like I think it's time for you to just kind of refine, feel that confidence, understand that you are that good. And you need to I think that's what you really need to understand, that you are that good. I wouldn't be buying lessons from you, and I wouldn't be telling my audience to consider you as a coach. if I did not believe that. Tops of the shields. But yeah, it's exactly that. Is like the only thing is like you have a style that you like to paint in, and I think you gotta break out of your style a little bit and play around. Done. Let's get this one. Is he good? I'm happy with that. And I might throw a couple edge highlights down on this one. Why not? I can. So deep down, something I'm going to show you really quickly. Edge highlighting. Super easy highlight technique. We're going to do it in a really easy way here, okay? So this is how you're going to start learning how to do your highlights from the very get-go. First, most basic way to apply a highlight on a model. Hold it, find your 45 degree. When I say find a 45, see how I'm holding that? So now I have a 45 degree corner showing here. I'm going to hold my brush parallel so it's skimming flat. Like, I'll show you here. I see along the fingernail. That's what we're doing. Using the sides of the brush to catch the edge. 5 words. I've spent like half a book. Yeah. Honestly, no, you're not, man. It's a lot easier for me to say it and get it out when I have a microphone. So yeah, see how I'm coming along here? Watch. Light brush pressure. Just skim it. Boop. You got that nice crispy edge. Makes that just makes the whole thing read as white, despite the fact that, as we've established, there's no pure white here. There is no pure white on these models. They are blue. Blue and ivory. Boob where? On Tinker Fairy, she's got a little calculator on her shoulder, and Jinx had the calculator spell boobs. I was gonna say blue for sure, maybe a light gray. Would you like to see what blue we started with? We started at Jade. These are very, very blue in the shadows. Actually, easiest way to see that is you flip it upside down, and you can see you got those nice dark jade shadows. Advice is given the models are not realistic. Paint them as vivid. That's a really good piece of advice too. Is like my gaming pieces. Anything that's not yes. Like anything that's not a gaming piece. Or sorry, for gaming pieces, 100% I agree. Display pieces, it is a little different than that, but overall still quality advice. With a gaming piece though, don't worry about realism. Focus on making them look cool. That's Kenny Boucher was really big on that method. Next Level Painting. I used to watch his YouTube all the time. He still streams on Twitch too. I think he's Easy Peasy's coach. Or Easy Peasy I think Easy did some lessons with him. But follow a guy on YouTube, Heresy for Heretics. He does a lot of purple, blues, pinks, and I love it. I want my models to have color and pop. Okay. We're gonna show you then. You need to see my squats. You need to see my. Give me a second here. You need to see my squats.
If you like bright and colorful models, I did say squats. These are my squat prospectors. What do you think of that color palette? Absolutely, you can link Helgrat. What do you think of that, though? You saying you like bright and like wanting popping colors? That was a really fun one. Also, just on another note, when I'm talking about like something else that we did recently, Chaos Night. This is a really fun one because we painted this in I think 4 or 5 hours, the whole thing. And this was done almost exclusively using a dry brush. This was done all with like stippling and dry brushing and glazing. But really, really fast and easy to do. So like this is one of those times where no airbrush, all technique based. You know, just wanting to show off really quickly again, so you can see that like we do a bit of all the painting here. I think it's really important to mix it up a bit. Highlights done. The way you work it. Desmond, welcome in. Oh, you're having a good one today. Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna take a look at that 1 second. I just need to finish up this fucking bit right in here. It's kicking my ass. Boom, got it. Slight angling on the brush. You see how the orange is dried rusty. And we actually finished the Breacher squad. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, that's the Breachers done. We got 2 guys left to do. Just the heavies. I'm going almost 5 hours though. So I'm probably gonna raid out soon-ish. But I think we might be able to. Yeah. Let's see. How do you guys feel? Do you guys want to see me paint 2 more of these guys start to finish? Who wants to see the start to finish on them? It's not even start to finish because I've already painted the black. Reach for me. Okay, let's do it. Look, that looks fucking awesome. I really like the base. Really like the basing on that. Okay. So let's go over first things first. I'll show you my palette here. These are all the colors I've used today, okay? So we're in a very, very limited palette. We have Pyral Red, Evil Red, Ivory, Green, Lime Green, Ruddy Terra, and Flesh Tone, watered down orange. Don't worry about the orange. We're not using that for anything other than the basing. So that's the whole color palette for the whole models. So we're coming into that kind of purpley red we're going to mix together. So that way we end up with a nice dark base coat.
What? It makes a great wet palette because of its shape. And then we'll come through. I really enjoyed listening to Stupid Henchmen earlier. I'm glad that they came on again. I don't want to put them back on. Really enjoy that band. And then, same thing. These guys have the crotch plate. So make sure you go in and get their dick armor. Ain't no one be seen without their cod pieces. Okay, let me do the knee pad. And then the boot. But yeah, keep it simple is the way to go. That's all I need for this whole project. Is I like to use very little paint. I like to keep my palette as clean as I can. I also changed it. I also washed the palette today. So, like, if you're referring to the actual palette itself being clean, it got washed today with soap and water, and I scrubbed all the old paint out of it because we were going to be painting whites. So it's really important when you're painting white or things that are going to read as white that you have a clean palette, clean paint water, clean brushes. It's honestly the secret trick. I do the dishes every day. It's like I work from home and my wife has a real job. I do the dishes. Thank you very much. Trust me, the sous chef does not want to do any fucking cooking or cleaning after 10 hours of hard kitchen labor. So, and I don't blame her. So no, that's my responsibility on her work days. There we go. She cooks, I do the dishes. Usually I will cook and do the dishes, but it's because she works 10-hour shifts and I paint toys for a living. Just being like super duper clear for a second about like, you know, who's got the harder job. Her job is physically harder. My job requires more specialized skills that are kind of hard to acquire, but her job is still physically way fucking harder. Oh, you're referring to the palette, yeah. Yeah, I keep my palette very clean because a clean palette is a sign, and a clean workstation is a sign of a clear mind. But I'm used to working with a very, very small palette. So, well, I mean, like all relationships, Desmond, we have our fights and we have our arguments and we have our disagreements, but the easiest way to resolve most of them is an equal division of labor. You know, try and acknowledge that, you know, the other person is going to have. It was like yesterday when she asked me, she was like, hey, what do you want to do for dinner? And I kind of told her, it was like, hey, these are our options. And then she mentioned that she's like, oh, I have to open tomorrow. And I was like, wait, you got to open? And I was like, dude, just go to McDonald's. And she's like, what? Isn't that being she's like, isn't that kind of irresponsible? And I was like, no, you finished work and you have an hour and 15 minutes before you have to be in bed. That's what McDonald's is for. Like, that's when McDonald's has your back, man. It's like, because she was mentioning that she might have to go grocery shopping after work because she had the car, right? So I can't drive the Standard, and we're still waiting on the new one to arrive. But yeah, just it was one of those times where I'm like, no, dude, like just grab some plate smasher. Welcome, welcome. Shout out for an absolute fucking legend. Great painter, great person, and also funny guy with big Fallout fan, big fan of the classic Fallouts, and most things nerdy. How's the day been? What are you up to, Mr. Plate Smasher? I'm doing great. I'm living the dream. I am just painting some toys, working on the Palanite Enforcers. My cats are finally being quiet, which is allowing me to focus even more. Having a good one today. I'm almost done painting up my Palanite Enforcer box and, going through Painting 101 with a couple of new people. Just looking his on, but a hot day. I've been hearing that from a few of you. It's, 25, 26 right now? I had heard it is pretty miserably hot over there right now. It's a nice casual, like 15 here, 30 down south, but oh gosh, yeah, no, I'm not, and it's you guys aren't designed for it to get that hot, like it's not like here, not every here, for example, every business has AC, like aircon, HVAC, every single place you go. Most people have units in their homes. And we have, our buildings are built for dealing with the fact that we have extremely hot summers and extremely cold winters. It was crazy this week. We had a day of 88, and the next morning it was like 35. That's fucking tornado. You gotta be careful when that happens. That's usually a sign of a tornado. Is it not? Rapid temperature dropping to that, at least to that degree, that signifies massive pressure shifting within the atmosphere. ACE here is open a fin window or drop your pants. Yeah, I can't really drop trow on stream, though. As you made it abundantly clear when I was talking about that picture of me in the Speedo. Getting the last of the stuffs down. We will window and see. So the reason I'm using that kind of deep, darker red Helgrat and Deep Down is because I want something that is going to establish in one coat. They tell you in miniatures, 2 thin coats, and 2 thin coats is a great way to do it, but I don't want to do that. I want 1 thick coat.
The problem with 2 thin coats is that it's not 1 thick coat. And we're gonna make our boy Duncan cry. Every time you use 1 thick coat, Duncan like just cries inside. I don't mind that heat that much, but I get hay fever and oh gosh, yeah, no, that's awful. I preemptively take antihistamines in the summertime for that exact reason. That's the exact reason I preemptively will take my antihistamines. Although it's nice, my one medication I have to take daily also has an antihistamine in it, so yay, Wellbutrin. And coming in, see, now I'm focusing it towards just the outside areas. We're leaving all the inside parts not hit the second time. So see, we're just doing the outside of the legs, leaving that first half on the inside. My AD easy, full swing, monitor, other paints. Just, dude, it happens. It happens. So see, but we're going into so this is actually really good for you to be seeing deep down. So I reapplied that there, but this time I'm only applying it. See, I'm not catching all of it. I'm leaving the dark colors in all of the downward facing areas. And then I'm going to come into my brighter red. Then my brush out here. Got eyes red with pills. If I don't take that, just sneeze uncontrollably. Oh god, that sounds unbearable. That is not a winning combo. Next up, I'm going into a pure Pyral Red. I swapped my brush because I want something a bit longer with a bit more control here. It's not... This one is a bit thinner. And same thing as I just did before, but now I'm, again, only focusing it on the upwards angles. So see, we're coming in like such. Sweep towards. Just kind of following along the shapes, grabbing areas that, again, might catch a little bit of light, make them a brighter red. On the outside of this boot here, you know, like this. A bit more on the outside of that knee. And you see how that red is just transitioning very quickly into that nice bright color. Oh, dude, I've got tons of allergies. Finfish is the most recent one. But I'm also allergic to shellfish. See, again, I'm being very controlled in my brushstrokes, very controlled in my movements. And I'm just kind of touching the top areas that might catch a bit of light. Oh, only thing I know I'm allergic to is annoying people. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? They call me Wailing Johnny.
Way, hey, Johnny Bory, mile from the shore, but his heroes the art. I'll be there, hands in the air, victory square in all its glory. Oh, 1 second. We're just having a. Granted, I said he was allergic to hugs. I mean, but he said he never met one. I mean, also, it's not like there's a lack of it's not like there's a lacking of gorgeous women in Greece, you know. It's not like it's a country that's just lacking, you know. Have a good one, Desmond. I hope you have an amazing day. I will catch you on the flip side, and yeah, enjoy your day. This was my English. Fair. Fair. You know what, man? There was a 50% chance I was right, and I was taking it. There was a 50%. There's there's good odds. I'm not a gambling man, but 50% isn't a gamble. It's like a coin flip. So see how we got the red to now look really bright, shiny, kind of pop. Deep down, kind of. So how we layered that up over that just those couple of colors to get that more interesting vibrancy. Did that make sense though? Like it made sense how we were doing that application, how we're kind of getting into smaller and smaller, covering less and less as we go brighter and brighter. But one of the key things to note, I'm gonna stop what I'm doing actually for a second and explain something. Is I don't actually think of the highlight color I'm going to use. I think of the color I want to finish at. So if I know bold pyral red is where I want my model to end, I'm gonna start with my darkest color, which is where are you hiding on me? Evil red. So it's starting there, mixing in until you can get to the point where you're at a pure pyral red is going to give you a really vibrant finish. But a lot of us, when we're starting out, end up not going dark enough. And we end up trying to play too much into the highlights. And then they'll apply this pyral red and they'll be like, oh, well, now I got to put the orange highlight down to make the red brighter. And it's like, or you could have just made it darker and made the red the highlight, you know? And that's a little trick to start getting you to start thinking about is rather than being like, what color highlights this color? It should be what color shades this color. It's a slight shift in the thinking. Okay, next up, we're going to work the ivory up again. Easy to do. This is just an ivory glaze. This is a very weak color. It looks intense going on, but you'll have to apply probably 3 or 4 coats of this, which is exactly what we want. We want something where we can just... But I think that's a little trick. I think that's a little trick to kind of put into your head that a lot of people might not get fully starting out is don't think about how to highlight. Let me ask her, golden maple brush is worth picking up. Is Golden the brand? Like, these are Golden branded brushes? If you can get 5 sable gold and 2 goat hair, and they're made by Golden. Yes, that's a great deal. If it is not like Golden the paint brand, I don't know who Golden. I don't know. Like, I'm not positive. I use I don't know. I use my Fenris brushes because they send them to me for free. Can I link? Yeah. Yeah, let me take a look. My sponsorship with Fenris is not all ongoing. Golden Maple has a bunch of IG ads. Master 1. This is sketch. It seems a little sketch to me. I wouldn't trust him. I personally wouldn't trust that. That seems a bit sketch to me. Especially if they're taking out Instagram ads. If you need to advertise your product on Instagram at that kind of rate, like, I don't know. But I don't know. I've never used them, so I can't speak to I just think that price point. That price point means they might be. I'll say this: if you're new, they'll probably be perfectly fine. It'll probably be a perfectly fine brush set, but I don't suspect you're getting real Kolinsky. And I feel like when I read that name, they're trying to use a different company's name and reputation so they can attach themselves and have people. Because you notice the first thing I said is, "Oh, are they related to the paint brand Golden?" And that's the naming of that that's what makes me feel it's a bit sketch, is because it makes me feel like they're trying to ride off of a different company's reputation and brand by using similar naming, or by using a similar naming convention. In the same way mockbusters work, you know? But again, I've never used them. I don't know. You might try them out. Turns out they're the best fucking things in the world, and I'm just, too paranoid. Some people I know say they're good. They're a Chinese company, and yes, it's real sable hair they use. There we go. Plate Smasher does know a couple people that use them. One second. Is it... It's real sable hair, but is it Kolinsky hair? Because I know that's also a bit of the one that they use. Again, this is a weird marketing thing, is that Sable and Kolinsky. Okay. Foxbite makes good brushes. Okay. Again, I ask because here in Canada, we have issues of people will advertise their brushes as Sable, but it's not a Kolinsky Sable. They just call them Sable brushes. So we don't have good, our advertising standards don't sink their teeth enough, so we have to be more skeptical over here. Yeah, those seem fine. I mean, again, I don't want to fully be like, yeah, you should use the ones I use because I don't know if you'd like them or not. I just use them because they were sent to me for free. And yeah. So like, if you're wondering how I picked my paintbrush brand, I emailed a company asking if I could do an affiliate, or if they were looking to add affiliates, and they were like, "We're not, but we'll send you some free shit anyways." And I was like, "Oh hell yeah!" So it's again, that's how I picked my brand. I've heard about sable brushes, and it makes me iffy on buying right away. That's why I snagged a couple of army painter brushes from my shop. A couple of decent army painter brushes to start you out will do you in. If you're going to take painting super seriously, you will probably want a Kolinsky sable brush at some point. Again, I can I can send the link for the one that I use, but I also want to be very clear. It's not like they don't pay me. They did a one-off sponsorship, but they still did sponsor me, so I always need to be very, very, very clear about that when I am ever recommending a product. That is Rosemary & Co. Rosemary & Co. is good, yes. And what you might notice about the ones that I'm using, Plate Smasher, I'm pretty sure these are just rebranded Rosemary Co's. Like, I'm near positive that the ones I'm using are just a rebrand on the Rosemary & Co's. My grandmother used Rosemary & Co. for painting. She didn't have... yeah, that is... I definitely wouldn't want to use my, like, traditional brushes or, like, my good traditional ones. But if you're looking at ordering yourself some brushes, Rosemary Co. is a good one. And then if you're... Again, like, I use just a rebranded one. They make them at the factories. They just have the white stem. Yeah, that's exact. Honestly, Plate, that's why I could... Pretty sure why I could tell. The reason I like the Fenris ones is because they're cheaper than R & Co. They're only about $6 USD per brush. Yeah, that's why I use the Fenris ones, is because they're a rebrand on the R & Co, but they somehow are also cheaper than R & Co. I can't, but again, that's my suspicion. The R & Co ones are like the cheaper ones in the UK. In North America, Rosemary Co. is like the high end. There's one of the high end brands, same as Winsor Newton. Although I would never recommend paying for Winsor Newton. But it's the Series 33 that's usually good to go with for that one. Yeah. The only brush I would say to stay away from is the Vallejo Pro Modelers. They are not worth fuck all. And they're expensive too. So I can get three of them. I can get 3 of these for the price of one of my like Vallejo Pro Modelers. And these brushes have lasted me so far 6 times as long. I've gotten through just over 130 models with these 2 brushes. I'll never recommend Vinci brushes, but the Series 33 R & Co are the ones I use. Got a number 2, number 1, and an 03. It's all... Yeah, Plate, you are 100% correct. If you're I would also say having a number 3 is good, but once you're into your 3 and your 4, you can go synthetic. Anything over size 2, you can do synthetic. Or goat hair or something cheaper. But I'm going to echo Plate Smasher sentiment here. A 000, a number 1, and a number 2. The only other one I like is do they do... R & Co does the arrow tip, right? They also do the arrow tip sable. Because I really like this one. I'll show you why here in a second. There we go. Yeah, so the reason I like this one, you have a wide end, so the brush, when you have to do your longer strokes, you can actually splay the brush without causing any damage. And then when you need your really, really tight lines, it has another angle for you. But the arrow tip is designed to be multi-directional in a way that some of the other ones aren't. So that's like, if you're going to get one fancy one, I'll say like an arrow tip sable maybe, but that's... I like them. But yeah, R&Co Series 33. That's typically what most professionals use. Most professionals I know use the R&Co Series 33. I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not affiliated with them. I've not done any sponsorships with them, so I can comfortably tell you that without having to then specify as well that they pay or that they have, that they sent me shit. Yeah. R&Co is apparently I've also heard good things about their customer service team. So with Fenris, I always have to specify that they did sponsor me to do the brushes, and even if it was only a one-off sponsorship, this is anytime I plug the brushes that I'm using, I always need to clarify that part because I'm like, if somebody buys them and then doesn't like them and then turns around and finds out they sent them to me for free, that ruins my reputation, right? So the company doesn't take that hit, I take the hit. So I like to make sure that people know that they sent these to me, that I was sponsored, and that I like them, but just because I like them does not mean that you are going to. I think they've got good quality. I see value in them. Just because I feel that way does not mean you will feel that way. And again, if you want to use the brushes that pretty much all the pros are using, the easiest ones to go with, again, most professional painters use Rosemary & Co. Series 33, size 2, size 1, size 0, and size 000. Exactly. Brushes are a preference, just like anything else. I like my brushes because they're cheap and because they send them to me for free. And again, when you're running an independent studio, man, like free really does help out. But I also like Fenris because they, Canadian company, works with Canadian content creators. Like I can say, look, so there we go. That's another good question for starting paint. Like if you're wondering kind of about paint brands, that again will come down to preference. It's gonna, like, for example, do you want bottle ready consistency? Yes or no? I know a couple people that really love bottle ready consistencies. I personally don't love it. I prefer something with a bit of a heavier body. Yeah, and again, Mark UK, again, amazing painter, amazing guy, great source of information on this one. I'm going to agree with him 100% on that one. But typically, like, paint will really come down to what you like and what you don't like. Like, again, so when I say a bottle ready consistency, that means the paint comes out of the pot not needing to be thinned. So, bottle ready consistency is a paint that does not need to be thinned. You can just put it on the palette and immediately start working with it as long as there's some moisture within your brush. I prefer paint that needs to be thinned. I like having the ability to work in thick paint and then make it thinner if I want it. It's a lot harder to thicken your paint than it is to thin your paint out. So, like, for me, I like thicker paint. That is not how everybody feels in the hobby. In fact, we've got lots of people who would tell me that I'm wrong and I should be using thin paint. What Boneless just said, first brush I got, returning, yeah, Citadel brushes. Like, again, So, like, some people really love Pro Acryl. I like. I'll actually I want to put this as a question in chat here for everybody. Let's put a poll up. Let's get a poll going in stream here for creator dashboard, manage stream. Let's throw up a poll. Sub chat only, stream together, manage goals, raid channel. Manage poll. Let's create a poll. Poll's going to be up for 10 minutes. And the question is... It's going to be on the most all-encompassing paint brand. So it's not about the best. It's not about which one you think is... I'm trying to think of the main ones. Citadel. And I'm going to throw AK in as my last one. Okay. Poll is up, guys. So you can throw up your votes on that one. Essentially, just I want to see what the people in chat here think. I'll give my opinion afterwards, but I want to get everybody's thoughts first before I give mine out. Because I just want to give you guys all a chance to answer first before you let my opinion sway you. But when I say all-encompassing, I want you to consider price. I want you to consider accessibility. I want you to consider paint range, and I want you to consider color. So consider all of the things that would go into it, because I feel like if somebody's new and they just want to go in and buy, because I don't want to tell people that they need to go and jump around and buy, you need this color from this brand, this one, this one, this one, this one. So... And yeah, I don't use AK for that exact reason. It is quite hard to access in North America. So I will answer that one. You can get my one opinion ahead of time. AK is not my answer. Missed out on Hobby Lobby dumping Vallejo for like $1. Vallejo paints are not bad at all. I use a lot of them in my kit. And again, this is one of those things where like, it's hard to say this because, like, there's the thing is, like, I have a whole paint kit. Certain brands, in my opinion, just do certain colors better. Is scale color? No. No, scale color is nowhere near accessible enough to include for a new painter. I was even skeptical putting AK on there. Pretty much, I was going to leave it to the big four. Because you notice I didn't include Chimera either, despite the fact I think Chimera is a really good option. Okay. Yeah, because that's just throwing that out there too, Mark. Yeah, because like if you wanted my opinion, it's my favorite paints right now are the Chimera paints and my Mr. Pigments paints. I'm gonna get his bootsies. Which I missed previously. And yeah, so we'll do a quick vote in chat. Let's see what you guys think. And again, all-encompassing. Please consider availability of paint. Please consider the paint range. Think about what they're like to work with. Think about, are they beginner-friendly? You know? But pure pigment for a beginner is not on my. No, it's not. That's a terrible choice for a beginner. Again, yeah, Mark, you and again, we agree on that 100%. It's a lot of the stuff that I do isn't like a lot of the stuff I do is catered towards beginners, but a lot of it is not. My army painting and the way I do army painter, fantastic. The army painter fanatics. Again, I'm going to let the poll end here before I start giving my opinions on all of them. The only one I'm going to give my actual opinion on ahead of time is AK. And that's mentioning that if you're in North America, it's practically it's very hard to find AK paints reliably. And if you are in Canada, good luck. Like just straight up, if you're in Canada, good fucking luck. As a Canadian here, AK doesn't exist. The brand just does not exist here. Is the MiG ammo ionic range available? Nope. Or is that Vallejo or a different one? Because I was like, if that's the one I'm thinking of, no. Went in, got the eye lenses. I don't know if I've ever seen AK in the UK. We got Army Painter and Vallejo pretty easily. Well, that's again, Army Painter, Vallejo, Citadel, Pro Acryl are the 4 brands that I feel are going to be the most reliably accessible. AK is nice, but it's exactly that plate. I gotta finish in P really quickly. 1 second. That's exactly the other thing deep down is I understand the whole paint set thing, which is why why we're playing this game here. I will make a couple recommendations once the votes are in, when this closes up, about like some really good paint sets I've used. I think you're like our 4th or 5th person from Michigan in like the last couple of weeks. Apparently the stream is doing really well in Michigan. Okay, what am I doing? So, Plate Smasher. We've been really lucky here that all of the Fallout Nuka-Cola releases have made it to my local Costco. And no one, they're like, Fallout's not super popular in like the town I'm living in. So I've been able to snag a couple cases of like every release so far. And I gotta say, Nuka Orange, surprisingly good. I see why you have your paintings. It's definitely not the fact that I live in a 500 square foot apartment and that this is the only place my desk fits. It's I liked having my own office. It sucks that I don't have a big office. Okay. Most of the votes came in for Army Painter, AK. Army Painter definitely is one that a lot of people are really big on right now. And so both people are saying Army Painter essentially due to accessibility. I'd agree. Army Painter is a very accessible brand. They've got a very large paint range, so if you don't want to get into color mixing and you don't want to have to learn how to do all that and you want a really convenient paint range, they are a really good one. For me, I would go with Pro Acryl. If I had to go all in on one brand and just pick up, 8 or 9 colors by a single brand, if I had to go with a 10 paint set, whatever, I'd look at Pro Acryl. I think they got really good value. I think they got a really workable consistency. I think they have really nice, vibrant colors. And I find that their colors mix better than Army Painters. Because they use Reaper. Well, okay. The new Reaper set coming out too, actually. Fuck, Michael's new set is good. You've never seen Pro Acryl there? Dude, I fucking love Pro Acryl. I swear by it. Like, Pro Acryl is probably one of my favorite major brands. Or, like, of the big brands. But yeah, Army Painter is a really, really good one. The new Reaper set that is coming out, though, as well, that is a really good one. Somebody in the community was involved, like, somebody in the Twitch community was confirming, Mark, it's Michael Paints Minis that was involved in that, like, the designing of that set, right? Yeah, so somebody actually on Twitch, a very, very well-respected painter and a really nice guy in general. Like, I don't think anybody in here could find something bad to say about Michael if they tried. So I would also recommend them based on the fact that the new Reaper MSP line, it's nice, it's simplified, and it is designed by somebody who likes to mix his paints. And Spoonhandle mentioned that they mixed really nicely too, and I think it was Spoon got a demo kit of them. Excuse me. But yeah, I would actually say the new Reaper set that's coming out would also be a good one because it's, again, trying to kind of just be all encompassing. Doesn't need to have 800 colors. Oh yeah, I know. It's all done in love and good fun. That's why I'm. What would you like, Mimmer? What would you like? Oh no. Now they're both here. It's about to get loud. Remember how I said it got nice and peaceful for a little bit? Kibble, kibble, kibble. Honestly, Mark, I think I should just get the kibble out right now before they start. They need to be they need to be fed. Mimir the gray cat is he's a glutton, so I can't leave the food out because he is a food bully and he will eat till he's sick. So I have to time their feedings. But that also means that, like, oh gosh. Yeah. And I know he's done eating based on when the other one's done eating. Founders might sell AP solo AP paint, which it's way out of my way, which sucks because I love convenience. If you love convenience, how fast do you need your paint? The US, so Valhalla Hobby's the one that sells for 15% under MSRP? I'm trying to remember if it's Can any of the Americans in here help me out really quickly? Valhalla Hobby is your guys' major distributor in the States that does under MSRP. I know in Canada, it's Tista's Minis and Fenris Workshop are the two that I would recommend checking out. I know Fenris ships to the States, but I don't know if you get hit with tariffs if you order from them, so... They get a lot of hate from earlier years of the paint series. Again, the new Army Painter series are being really well received. Pascal really liked them. He's doing a whole course using them. Pretty sure he's doing the whole course using the primaries set, is he not? Chelsea, do I have to bring my own brush to that? Do they provide brushes? That's not true. Is that a Chimera back there? Chimerica? No, it's a Manticore. Although, Dan, are you aware of the Canuck Mera? I kind of want to paint this as my gag entry for SMC. I have to order it fucking immediately, though, if I want to do this. I'll see if I can... Painting a Chimera right now. I really want to paint this for SMC just as a little gag entry. But I don't really have $100 to drop on it right now. Chest is sore. Good workout. And Friday night, every time I get reminded, this is probably just me fantasizing about stuff I want to paint and have to start yet. Look a new website, I can look at all the things. So Creature Caster is a fun one. Again, Dan, I'm gonna tell you something. If you're not really interested, because you mentioned to me right off the get-go, you're not really actually interested in tabletop gaming, you're interested in miniature painting. I know a lot of us do both, but I know Jinx just does miniature painting, right? And the cool thing about that is then you're not actually restricted by brand. You get to paint whatever you want to paint. So you get to flip around, look at what's cool. You know, I do a lot of stuff by Pedro Fernandez for my busts. Actually, like all my busts are Pedro Fernandez. Because, he's a really good sculptor. And was also really, really nice to interact with. But yeah, there's lots of us that don't have to care about the brand and just paint what we go. I do. Got a coworker who's got several printers. I'm set. I got a buddy that's doing a print for me right now. Oh, do you guys want to see the who wants to see the secret model? Who wants to know about my secret bust entry for SMC that I haven't told anybody yet? Or sorry, my non-bust entry. I'm also going to enter in 72 mil. Okay, let me see if I can still find this. Yeah. I do. And God, I love Stream Manager. I can just post in my own chat from my phone. This is great. Hell yeah. That was so much easier. That was so easy to do. Yeah, that's gonna be, if I can get it done in time, I want to do that in 72 mil scale. For anybody that listened to me do my read through of the Hedge Knight, you might realize that I think Duncan the Tall is fucking awesome. Also, again, the Conan read through was so much fun. I do apologize for anybody that felt like I was stumbling at points during the Hyborian essay. There were some racial slurs that I had to reverse engineer, and it caused me to lose my place a few times. So again, if you end up listening to that one and you find that my flow is a lot choppier and it feels like I'm stumbling a bit, yeah, the book, it was a book from 1923 that we read, or it was a short story from 1923 that we read. So you can't really expect it to be, of modern sensibilities. Have you seen the Jace the Small model? Oh, fuck. Boom. Got him. That was good, Mark. That was really good. That was really good. But yeah, that's the other one I'm gonna do. And there we go.
I'm shocked I'm not. He's a good sport about all of it, but honestly, if you guys noticed, it's like the only thing I don't make fun of him about because it's the only thing he can't actually change. I have no problem ripping on the dude about things. I pretty much in you want to know Boneless's rule book is race and height are the only things I pretty much won't make fun of a person for. Because those are the only things a person cannot change. Race, height, and gender. Or, depending. Okay, not getting into that. Because you can, but also, that's a very difficult thing. It's just in the, I gotta put my foot in my mouth trying to explain this one, so I'm just gonna backpedal on that. But, been 35 minutes, junk food, Dean Winchester, Supernatural. Oh, man. Fucking Supernatural. But is he dead? Is he not dead? That's where I'm at. I've always felt it's like, there's only a couple things you shouldn't make fun of a person for. There are surgeries that can make a person taller. It's wild. That's kind of, again, getting into the, if you have to go through life-altering surgeries to change these things, it's not really, it's maybe to some people, but it's still, then it's not realistic, like, I'm blessed with being tall and handsome, but not everybody is. That's why they nerfed me with thinning hair. It's like the guy was just like, God damn, we've given him too much. Let's take his hairline away. No, it's I know the one you're referring to. It's the one where they try to elongate the bones in the legs through breaking them and then adding stints and then relying on Wolf's Law and the production of osteoblasts to try and elongate the bone. But some people gotta just accept. I got given too much, so they had to take my hairline. It's okay. It's okay. The Rogain's keeping it from going all the way right now, and that gives me enough time to decide if I'm going to get turkey hair in the next few years. That's also a good one. I was watching something where the doctors were trying to regrow a jaw on someone with that technique. Jinx, I know 2 people who would have it done. The jaw? 2 people. It's fucking ruthless. It was one of them. It was because they didn't get braces when they needed to, and then in order to even get them to be able to put the braces in, they had to break the jaw and realign it to then start pulling the teeth in correctly because the teeth had gotten so bad, the jaw ended up not formed correctly. And the other one, it was the jaw got broken when they were trying to get the wisdom teeth out, and they had to then, lost the jaw entirely. Okay, so that's actually trying to regrow an entire bone. It's like when my buddy got his thumb cut off, they did that. And he ended up, he's got this much of a thumb now. Which, for the fact that he lost a whole thumb and they nubbed him back to about, that much. I really hope he's not watching the stream. I don't think he knows that I'm a streamer, and I really hope he doesn't just refer to they nubbed his hand. I think that'd probably really fucking piss him off. Sorry, Big Rig. I was a great coworker. Hey. Can you guys guess what's about to start happening?
I gotta feed the cats before they just start screaming. Okay, boys, I'm gonna feed you, but I'm gonna feed you in a place where I can film you, so I can at least get content out of this, okay? No, Sigurd, you gotta come over here. Sigurd, you gotta come over here. Sigurd, come here, please. I want to film. Fine. There you go. Can I get to that? I can get one of them. Uh, maybe. But yeah, I try not to. I only try to make fun of things people can change. So, if somebody has a stupid outfit on, for example, I'll make fun of the shit out of it. I don't care. I don't care. Why? Because you can change an outfit. Also, because I wear stupid outfits myself, so who you know, I'm kind of allowed to judge. If anybody's allowed to judge, it's the guy also wearing dumb outfits. Yeah, those two go at it. I try not to. Again, my rule is just I try not to. There's tons of other things you can make fun of a person for. Oh my god. I just remembered a story on that note where my brother once wasn't fully paying attention on that note on the judging people for things they can't change about themselves. We were like, he was squinting and we were talking about that exact topic, and right as it happened, he saw this kid in a stroller getting pushed by their parent, and he looked at the size, and looked at the size of the kid, and he yelled out, "Hey, isn't your kid a little too old to be in a fucking stroller?" And that's when he noticed the kid was in a wheelchair. Not before, after he yelled that out. Yeah, not clever. No, that's just a true story. All right, boys, that's enough kibble. I mean, while it was an offensive thing to yell out, it's not like he walked up and dumped the kid out of a wheelchair onto the concrete, you know? It's not like, get up, walk! This is an honest mistake. The look that person shot us, we don't think they thought so. We took off pretty fast. That was one of those times where it's like, good thing they're pushing a wheelchair, so they're not going to be able to run anywhere near as fast as us. Did I just hit him with the double whammy there? Everyone's laughing and then internally being like, should I be laughing at this?
Yes, because we're making fun of the person pushing the wheelchair, not the person in the wheelchair.
Which is what makes it funny.
And also laughing at my brother and his dumbass. Can the dog in the fire pause? It's 45 cents. The dogs don't have shoes. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that's a good reason. Kids got shoes on. All right, we're almost at the edge highlighting stage. This has been so easy to do. Just kind of lazy painting, hanging out. You guys have been fucking awesome today. I'm really thankful that we have adopted the Sunday stream. It's just it's such a fun one, and it's been such a good one to do. The Saturdays were fine and all, but like I think Sunday's where it's at. Saturday for like my reading and stuff like that. I definitely found that yeah. So we're gonna be doing it's the Scarlet Citadel. I think 1 second. I'm just gonna check really quickly. I'm like, I should be able to get through the Scarlet Citadel in one go. My pace for reading Howard is a bit slower than my pace for Martin. Pantera was my jam back in high school. Same. Phoenix on the Sword. Yeah, Scarlet Citadel. Oh yeah, we'll be able to do Scarlet Citadel. I don't know that we'll be able to get through Tower of the Elephant, though. Because Tower of the Elephant will take us to... Okay, so yeah, we'll be able to do the Scarlet Citadel, and based on how much yeah, you know what? It's a maybe on that. We might be able to also do the... We'll see. Tower of the Elephant is the other one. We'll see if my voice can hold up, because that's 3 hours of reading right there. That's about 60 pages of fucking old-timey English, so... It does not flow very well, and yeah. So that's about 60-something pages, so that'll take me about 3 hours to read through out loud. Whereas the flip side is for George R. R. Martin, I can read out loud at a rate of about 45 pages an hour, and that's doing the voice acting too. I still love Dunk's voice that I've come up with. I tried to make him Scottish, and he kept turning Canadian. But doing the Conan is also good because it is going to improve my reading ability much faster than the George R. R. Martin stuff is. Like, it's not saying Martin's a bad writer, but I think like because we got Playton here, I'll mention because like he does radio, and he'll probably confirm. Practicing reading very difficult things out loud is one of the best ways to A, be able to read out loud better, and B, be able to do presentation. But learning how to actually read something out loud that's quite clunky is much to your benefit.
Despite the fact you're not going to want to do it and it's going to feel terrible to do, like it's does not feel good to do a lot of the time when something is really clunky. Okay, I have too much paint in the brush there. I can see it's up in the ferrule, and I don't want that because this is my really good brush. Also, fun fact on that, my my one friend who helps out with like my business side of this has a Pantera tattoo on his arm. He got when he was, I think, 15. It is not great, but he loves it. But yeah, I do find that learning to read challenging things out loud is a very good way to do that. The other thing to note is that like Howard doesn't have good stops. He really loves run-on sentences. I also, in the Hyborian essay, it's before he changed the name of the Hyrcanians to the Hyrcananians. Because it's just like certain words where it's like, what? All right, we're gonna slap those last few edge highlights down. Lagenborn, here be Canadians. Here do be Canadians. How are you doing today? How are you doing today, Flagon? Doing all right. Just woke up. Hell yeah. So some 3D prints, preheating my oven for dinner. Hell yeah. I've been eating way too late lately. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday where I was eating at like I had breakfast at like was it like 10 p.m. when I was eating breakfast? And I don't when I say breakfast it just refers to first meal. Or first time eating for the day. I'm also trying to drink less coffee because my wife pointed out that the pot was a lot bigger than I thought it was, and I had the realization that I've been drinking almost 3 quarts of coffee a day. Oh, she's doing all right. I stream while she is not here because we're in such a small space. So but she's doing good. She's going to be coming with me to Eindhoven. And we're going to her brother's wedding in 2 weeks. But yeah, I found out I was doing like like literally like 3 quarts of coffee. 40 ounces.
So yeah, no, Flagon. I was averaging about 110 ounces of coffee a day. And that's not including, like, that's before you add anything into it. Like, that's 110 ounces of black coffee a day. I drink nearly 3 liters if I don't count. That's exactly my problem, Mark, is I found out that I've been drinking 3 liters of coffee a day for the last year and a half. I was joking about when I was like, oh, I do like a liter and a half, and I thought that was bad. Like, I didn't actually, like, when I was joking about being like, oh, you know, it works for Frazetta, like, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. I actually reckon, when I found out it was, like, 3 fucking liters, I was like, I have to stop. That's, like, gonna be destroying my kidneys. So if I seem like I'm really tired for the next while, it's because I'm trying to reduce my coffee intake drastically. Because I don't want to fucking have a jammer on stream. I'm gonna fucking traumatize all of you. Remember the time the painter had a heart attack and just fucking died on camera from drinking too much coffee? Right? Like, I'm just like, I'm having that moment of being like, you know, there's having fun and, you know, being silly about stuff, and then there's genuinely, like, the trick is to wash it down with the beer as the last drink. Oh man, this is when I have to again say, this is when I don't consume alcohol. I wish I could, but you got to understand, man, if I'm the kind of guy that can consume 3 liters of coffee without really realizing I've done 3 liters of coffee, you got to understand why liquor was such a problem for me. Like, there's a very, very clear reason I don't drink booze. Think about my coffee intake and then just realize that it's like, oh, that translates. That applied to everything. I am an excess kind of person. It's all or nothing for me. So, but you might see me doing a ginger beef impersonation and fall asleep on stream. We used to use the gallon run on our Friday night bikes. I mean, I had my old wool coat where I'd cut the pocket so I could used to be able to fit 20 beer in the lining of my coat. He fell asleep on stream sitting up. Have you not heard this? Have you not seen that? Have you not heard about that, Jinx? That's why we call him Sleeping Beauty. No, have you noticed everyone makes fun of him for not painting? I make fun of him for falling asleep on stream. Because I'm the one who's always been like, nah, dude paints a lot, especially now that he's like adopting new methodology. I'm really excited that I get to see this band in, what is it? Just over a month. Just over a month, I get to go and see these guys play.
Televised destruction.
They're playing the same festival as Souls of Mischief. It's fucking awesome.
Sweet televised destruction. Time is it? Might have to wrap soon. 2:55. I gotta wrap in about 30 minutes because I want to shut it down around, or I'm gonna shut it down when my wife gets home. But that gives us just enough time to finish this project. Like entirely. Got the red on the gun. Okay, let's grab these guys again. Check the bases over. R.A. the Rugged Man would actually put on a really good show, too. Like, really enjoyed getting to see R.A. the Rugged Man. Can you guys believe how much we got painted today? Can you guys believe we painted this many models while just shooting the shit? It's the only that one. And that one. Those are the only two I didn't paint today. We painted 7 guys in it. We painted 7 guys today. We're just sitting here shooting the shit like it was nothing. That was awesome. And now what I'm going to do before we do that, though, is I'm going to hit my green lens. Like this guy's work ethic. It's the way to be, man. I just want to get my job. I just like painting. And I don't know, I'm proud of my production, right? There we go. Got the green eye lens. I don't think you guys can see that. I'll refocus it afterwards so you can see a bit of a close-up on them. We'll deal with all that after, though. We're at break right now. Just make sure that I have all of the... Making sure I get all the shoulder lights. That's good. That's good. That was good. This one needs them still. There we go. Kind of see the green dots on him. All right, we're going to put the good brushes away now. They're done for the day. Good brushes are done for the day. Everything else is going to be done with... We're going to do it with these 2 brushes here, okay? So for the new people in here, we're going to just quickly slip this together. Slip this together? What the fuck does that mean? We're just going to quickly... But yeah, something. I don't know. We're going to paint. Wait, why did I just do that? I didn't do that either. Fuck me. Brain, work. Also, so for those of you that don't know, Twitch, and this is actually mostly for the streamers in here, Twitch has a new feature in your Clips Manager. If you link your socials, you can set it to post your clips to your Instagram Reels. So, thankfully, it makes you go in and approve which ones go over. But, very, very simple to just, like, click and send. And immediately it posted everything for me. So, if you guys help me with that clip farm, then we'll get us more Instagram content. Because it is hard to Hi. What's up? Are you okay? Are you about to throw up? No? Why do you keep sneezing then? Are you gonna throw up? My cat sneezes a lot when he's about to throw up, and I'm just waiting to see if he does. And are you gonna throw up? Okay, then get it out. Just spit it up. Spit it up for me so I can clean it up already then. This fucking cat. This fucking cat, I'll tell you what. Hello, Spoon. Are you a shout out as well? Welcome in, Mr. Spoonhandle. I got a question for you, Spoon. If you have the ability to answer it for me right meow. For anybody that doesn't know Spoonhandle, he's an awesome painter and an awesome person. You got to demo the Reaper paint, the upcoming Reaper paint line, and I was just kind of wondering because somebody was asking like for a decent set for a beginner, and I just wanted to confirm, what was your opinions on it? Do you feel like? Because I kind of liked the fact it was a more limited, like it wasn't like 8 billion colors. But I didn't get to use it myself. Like, the colors looked good, and you made them look really good when you used them, but you're the only one that I know that, like, other than Michael, that got their hands on them. It was like a 30-minute conversation that I had. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But do you see what I mean? When we literally, I was like, there's another. I actually mentioned Spoon earlier, and we were talking about that. Because I know a lot of people like looking at the Army Painter one and things, but like, okay, so my gripe with Army Painter is they don't teach blending, and it's their color systems don't teach you to think like an artist. It was fun, but their paints wouldn't be readily available until early 2027, I think. Good to know. My issue with the Army Painter set at the end of the day is that they have too many colors. and their colors are not don't use a traditional naming convention, so they're not teaching you the actual colors you're using. They don't teach you how to blend your colors. They don't teach you how to mix your colors. They're mimicking Games Workshop. So that's Vallejo does the same thing. Vallejo has exactly, they're not appealing to artists. So somebody who is trying to get more into painting, like you mentioned deep down, I think Pro Acryl would be, or like getting the Pro Acryl basic set would be more in line with what you're looking for. Again, Flagon, this is a person asking about their first set though, and we're kind of going over things in chat, right? But it's yeah. But with Army Painter, it's exactly that. It's for painted they and you can use them for all those things. Which is why I like using Pro Acryl, because their colors are, this is bright yellow green. This one's called green. This one's called golden yellow. This is pyrrole red. Yellow ochre. So the reason I like Army Painter, or sorry, the reason I like Pro Acryl is the bottle size. Like you get good value on them. They're about the same price as Army Painter. They are typically, Mark, the Pro Acryls are actually about the same price as Army Painter here, or at least that's where I live. They are. But I find that as well, just that basic name convention really does help. I find some of the Army Painter sets are really good value, but some of them aren't. Like the John Blanche sets, you're paying almost $8 a bottle. I'm at the range with the rubbish caps. Oh yeah, the ones that sputter everywhere. Yeah. Except Army Painter doesn't make them in different levels of pigment density and consistency like Citadel does with base and layer paint methodology. I'd agree with you on Pro Acryl. Yeah, and again, this is where it gets fun, is everybody's going to have reasons to disagree with each other, and everybody's going to have reasons to agree with each other. When I'm thinking of the most all-encompassing paints, though, for a beginner, Citadel. Yeah, I get what you mean, Mark. Okay, yeah. Pro Acryl, again, one of the key things, again, this paint is called orange. So the nice thing is when they say grab an orange paint, you can go, oh, oh. You get to have your caveman discovering fire moment instead of having to search through a fucking drawer going through with 900 orc blood and fucking... I'm not saying that joke out loud. Wow. My biggest complaint with GWs is the pots. I strongly agree with the recent Ninjon video talking about Citadel paints. Didn't see it. Did not see that one. I typically agree with Ninjon. I find him to be... I find like 85% of the time I agree with what he has to say. And that's the thing about a YouTuber, is I'm not always going to agree with everything they have to say, and that's fine, and I don't have to. He seems like a nice enough guy. Plus, all the people I've interacted with on here who know him in person have all said he's a really nice guy, so... all I know is he seems like a nice guy. Didn't see... Oh, hell yeah, I missed an entire model. Look at that. Look at that, I forgot to paint one. Let's do some dry brushy. I'm gonna put some silver on my brush. I don't. Which is why I like Procreal. What do you mean you don't? I missed. I'm just talking. I'm talking way too fast to know what I don't means. My apologies, Spoon. Oh yeah, you do. You probably don't either. Yeah, you don't agree with all his opinions. Okay, yeah. No, I'm figuring it out. Yeah, but he's a pretty good source of information. Don't agree with Flagonborn. You like Procreal. Other basic colors I've used have great coverage. Pots paint styles. All paint should be the consistency of the base paints. I don't agree with the consistency thing either, because some people like I like heavy body. Some people like bottle ready. Pigments and I had a good conversation about it because like he likes bottle ready consistencies. And that's actually my only real complaint with his paint set is the consistency is thinner than I'm used to working with. It's got really good pigment density. They're really nice paints. They look really crispy. But that's the only feedback I had is I was like, and that's a personal preference one. So that's I can't even actually call that feedback, right? I was just like, I would have liked thicker. We're just going a very loose dry brushing over these. And look at that. Look at that rusty old environment now. You can't make it thicker. That's exactly my point, Flagon. Is like I think that you can that's my point. That's why I like, but I mean I like heavy body too. So like that's taking it to a pretty far extreme at the same time. And really quickly, last pass, do that. Got my nice scuffed up starting a job, listen lurking. No worries, Spoon. I appreciate you popping in. Probably only going for like another 15-ish minutes here. So we'll see who's good to raid into. But I appreciate you hanging out, and I appreciate you popping in and as well sharing that with us, and as well for just kind of echoing my sentiment. Because it does feel good knowing that, like, okay, I'm not the only person who feels that way. But I just think that, like, as a starting brand, I think Proacryl offers the advantage of it teaches you to think like an artist. And I think that again, like, having correctly named colors and having access to watching another Imperial Vest painting video, and the colors are so fucking good. We'll paint some yellow sometime. I love painting yellow. Here, show off some yellows that I've done. I love this model so much. It's my favorite one to show off. With my Bretonians. They just, I don't know, I think that they turned out so good. And the skink. So cute. Feel like you'd be a character out of the next Fable game. That's one of my Bretonian Blood Bowl players. I picked the most obnoxious possible barony you could paint. That is an actual color scheme out of the GW art books, although typically not one seen in the more recent codices, or like the more recent versions of the books. Like, It's kind of funny. I like outdated color schemes. I like things that look a little older. I'm coming in now with a bit more of my orange that I have here. I'm just letting it reinforce in certain areas. Almost done. I'm going to do this one here. Along that. We really want this to be an environment where you feel like you're guaranteed to get tetanus. The samovar is ready, boys. The samovar is here. The samovar is ready, boys. We shall put some beer. All right, let's do a couple base rims. There we go. Base rim. Oh, that's a cool technique. Fills the brush with the paint, then uses an empty airbrush to get the splatter effect. Oh. Oh, do we want to get in? The last time I went into gore effects, I had 2 people unfollow me. I might be a little too good at doing gore. I even had one DM after the stream about my content being too graphic. Like, but how else are people supposed to understand what they are looking at? But yeah, last time I showed off how I do gore and stuff on my models, it was mostly okay. Well, it was mostly well received, but it was also I had some people that were like really upset by it. Although I'd say gore is probably the only thing I can also approach realism on. Holy shit. This is badass. That's 5 completely done. Ready to be varnished. I can teach. Who wants to learn a really, really fast TMM trick? Teach you a really fast, really lazy one, guys. We're going to take that small brush we had. We're going to dip back into the silver that we have. Get that cleared out. Get our brush nice and flowing. Test that out. Yeah. We're just going to come to these ones here. I'm going to move these guys first, actually, so I just need to be careful around finished models. Or finished-ish models. Look, watch. Light dry brush. All downward strokes. Only down strokes. Just over that nice light black contrast. Look at that. Boom. Instant. Instantly finished guns. You gotta be careful. Light flick, flick, flick. And there you go. Just easy metallics. It's not even fair, honestly. Like, guys, it's just a contrast. It's literally black contrast over a zenithal and then a dry brush. That's literally you should think you're you should feel like you're cheating doing it this way. Doesn't matter how good the result is. You've got to have that feeling being like, "Oh my goodness." So, and the best part is, if you miss anything, it just looks like kind of old and a little tarnished. "30 seconds. Boom. Let's do this one too. Flick, 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 flick. Got the mace done. So that is fucking awesome. Flesh and blood on the telephone. Pick the receiver, I'll make you a believer. Get my plasma pistol really quick. And that is all of them. Done. Get them over to be varnished. Which will give them a... Oh, God, I can't wait to see how they look once they have their varnishes. You two can go off to the side for the time being. Because your bases are still drying. And then we've only got one thing left to do. We're going to come back into our tiny brush here. We're not even going to go all out with it. We're not going to do anything too fancy. We're not doing any glow effects, but we're just going to do a little bit of a plasma. Okay? Base coat it green. If a little bit goes over, that's fine. It's plasma. Well, that's still wet. You're going to go right into your lime green. And you're not going to go to all the way to the bottom. Okay. Watch what I'm doing here. We're leaving the green in the recess and in the bottom part there. Okay, boom, got that. Let's go with a touch of, where's my gold yellow? I also just want to start by saying thank you, everybody who's tuned in today. Thank you to the new followers. Thank you to everybody who has popped in, hung out, said hello, and spent part of the day with me. I appreciate you choosing to spend your Sundays with me. I'm going to be wrapping up here because I have a couple things I'm still going to do with my day. Been sitting in this chair for 6.5 hours now, but we finished a Necromunda gang in that time, which I think that's pretty impressive. I think getting a whole ass Necromunda gang done in 6 hours is nothing to scoff at. We're going to dot that yellow in right at the top here. Look, that's just going to give us that little bit of a, you know, it's got a bit of a charge, but it's not being fired at the exact moment. When that dries, we can come in and reinforce the yellow one more time. Okay. When I feel up to it, I might do some more edge highlighting after I varnish. But in the meantime, it is 3:30 and my ass kind of hurts from sitting in this chair for so long. Let's see who's live. Let us see who is live. Let's see, who are we following? Be a good one. Does anybody have a raid target they suggest? Does anybody have anyone that they recommend? Who is live? My usual Sunday, a lot of my usual Sunday people aren't on. Always go see Grave Paints. Grave is good. All right. We're going to raid out. I'm tired and sore. I'll be back tomorrow at about 10 a.m. So deep down, thank you for coming in. Thank you for engaging and thank you for asking questions, man. You're welcome anytime to come in and do that. And that extends to anyone. You're always all welcome to ask questions. I'm here to encourage. We're going to raid out though, because again, I gotta do something else for meow.